to the U.S. military's Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, where they can receive specialized medical care. Apart from that, the foundation also helps to repatriate the bodies of American mercenaries killed in combat. The R.T. Weatherman Foundation also coordinated and sponsored Kellogg's trip to Ukraine in January 2023. The newspaper went on to say that previously Megan Mobs fumed on social media that the aid to Ukraine was slow-rolled by Biden's weak leadership. Yeah, that's not good for Keith Kellogg. I would say that there is some conflict of interest here, especially the fact that his trip was sponsored by this foundation. Yeah, that's what the Washington Post is reporting. The Washington Post actually said in their report that all this information is a good thing, because the way they framed it is that because Kellogg's daughter, his family, is so invested in Project Ukraine, keeping Project Ukraine going, that means that Kellogg is going to be invested in keeping Project Ukraine going. That's how the Washington Post framed it. Medical supplies, 10,000 pallets of supplies from Romania to Ukraine. It also helped evacuate American volunteer soldiers fighting in Ukraine to the U.S. military's Landstuhl Medical Center in Germany. This doesn't sound very good. Does not sound good at all. All right, that's the Washington Post. That's what they reported. Let's move on. Was this funded by USAID or not? I don't see anywhere where it says this was funded by USAID, so that may be a mistake. Maybe this was just the Washington Post's investigation. All right, let's move on. I probably misspoke when I said it was funded by USAID. Trump and what he said about the Middle East, what he said about Gaza. Boy, Trump. He's doubling down on his comments about Gaza. Trump threatens to let hell break out in Gaza. Israel and Hamas have accused each other of ceasefire violations amid a U.S. ultimatum. From the New York Times, Trump says he could cut aid to Jordan and Egypt over Gaza development plan. The president turned up the pressure on the two nations to agree to his plan for them to house the Palestinian population of Gaza, and said the Palestinians would not have the right to return to the territory. So Trump, he said, where to begin? Trump said that Hamas, I can't speak today. Trump said that Hamas has until Saturday to return all the hostages. He doesn't want to see any more 1 or 2 or 4 hostages being released every day or every other day. He wants all the hostages. This is what he said. He wants all the hostages released. If they're not released by Saturday, I believe he said Saturday midday, then all hell will break loose. And when a reporter asked Trump, what do you mean by all hell will break loose? Trump said, you will find out, they will find out, all hell will break loose. So he said that. And then he said about Gaza and his Riviera of the Middle East plan. about Gaza, he said, yeah, that's in the works. He pretty much confirmed it. He said that's in the works. He's trying to put pressure on Jordan. He's trying to put pressure on Egypt to take the millions of Palestinians and move them to Jordan and to Egypt. Ethnic cleansing is what we're talking about here. Taking millions of people, moving them to Jordan and to Egypt, because Trump says that the U.S. has given $1.5 billion to Jordan and $1.7 billion to Egypt, or vice versa, whatever. We've given billions of dollars to these two countries, and we are going to strong arm them, to push them into accepting the Palestinians, and we're going to give them, develop for them an amazing place to live, and they're not going to even want to return back to Gaza. When a reporter asked, are they going to be able to return back to Gaza once you rebuild Gaza, Trump said they're not going to want to return back to Gaza. He didn't quite say no. He didn't mean no, they're never going to return back. I'm not going to allow them. From what I understood from his statement, he said that they're going to like it so much in Jordan and Egypt that they're not going to want to return to Gaza. Anyway, that's pretty much what he said there. Not good at all. A lot of the world, most of the world, all of the world is going to be very upset with Trump's statement. His doubling down on his Riviera of the Middle East plan. But it looks like that's where he's moving towards. And from what I understand, the ceasefire. One second. The ceasefire is at risk of falling apart. On Monday, Hamas threatened to halt the release of additional hostages, accusing Israel of violating the terms of the fragile ceasefire agreement by preventing displaced Palestinians from returning to northern Gaza, restricting the delivery of humanitarian aid, and delaying negotiations for the second phase of the deal. That's why the ceasefire is at risk of falling apart. Speaking to reporters, let me read you what Trump said. Speaking to reporters at the White House on Monday, Trump said, the future of the ceasefire would be Israel's decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it, and all bets are off. Let hell break out, Trump said. We want them all back, he added, insisting that the hostages would be released all at once, not in dribs and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Asked to clarify what punitive measures he envisions, Trump reiterated that all hell is going to break out. You'll find out, and they'll find out too. Hamas will find out what I mean. These are sick people, he added. So that was his statement, his exact quote with regards to the Saturday deadline that he's putting. I wonder if I have a bookmark for what he said about Gaza. Here we go. This is coming from the Washington Post. When asked by a reporter on Monday whether he would withhold aid from Egypt and Jordan if they did not take in Palestinians, he answered, yeah, maybe, sure, why not? If they don't, I would conceivably withhold aid, yes. In a televised interview later that evening with Fox News host Bret Baier, asked whether displaced Palestinians would have the right to return to Gaza later under Trump's plan. This is a direct quote from Trump. No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them, Trump responded. He added that he believed he could strike a deal with Egypt and Jordan and claimed that the United States gives both countries billions and billions of dollars in a year. The United States provided Jordan with almost $1.7 billion in foreign aid in fiscal year 2023, the most recent period with complete data, and it provided Egypt with about $1.5 billion, according to the government's foreign assistance website. Okay, so those are the direct statements from Trump on Gaza. and on the ceasefire, the breakdown, the possible breakdown of the ceasefire. So let's do one more story, and then we'll get to a clown world. And we have an Zelensky curse. We have an Zelensky curse, another Zelensky curse. You cannot beat the Zelensky curse, you fools. You think you can beat the Zelensky curse? The Zelensky curse is undefeated. It's undefeated. Only Orban, maybe Orban has figured out a way to defeat the Zelensky curse. So maybe it's not undefeated. Maybe Orban has defeated the Zelensky curse. But that's it. I can't think of anybody else that has defeated the Zelensky curse. Romania's president, Klaus Iohannis, he is resigning tomorrow, February the 12th. He is officially resigning. He's remained as president, even though he should not have remained as president when the elections were canceled, because a candidate that the EU globalists did not want to win was about to win. That candidate is Georgescu. He was going to win the second round of the elections. He was polling at about 65% or 68% as Romania was heading into the second round. This was, when was this? December of 2024. And so they canceled the elections, and they said it was canceled because of Chinese TikTok meddling by the Russians. So stupid, man. People that actually believed that, my God, my God, if you actually believed that. Boy, oh Oh, man. So anyway, that's the excuse that they went with about the dumbest, most ridiculous excuse that they could come up with. But they said elections are canceled because of the TikTok interference. So dumb, man. So freaking dumb. But they canceled elections. And Johannes decided to stay on as president. He said, I'm going to remain as president. And there was a no confidence vote that was being prepared. And because the no confidence vote would have most likely said that Johannes has to exit, he has to leave, he decided, you know what? I'm just going to resign. And so that's what he did. That's pretty much a summary of what is going on. And so tomorrow he is president of Romania no more. They're going to have a caretaker president step in until we get the elections. I don't even know what's going on with the elections. Has that been resolved? Are we going to get elections in Romania? Is Georgescu going to be allowed to run? I have no clue. I have no clue what the deal is. But Johannes, as of tomorrow, is gone. A man who absolutely had contact with Zelensky, who shook Zelensky's hand many times. I believe he did make one trip, maybe multiple trips to Kiev, where the Zelensky curse is strongest. And he has now been Zelensky cursed. Johannes, in his statement, actually made it out as if he was doing Romania a favor by resigning tomorrow. He said, and I quote, "Today the Romanian parliament has launched the procedure to remove the president from office," he said, calling this démarche unjustified. "In a few days, the Romanian parliament will vote on my resignation, and Romania will be in a state of turmoil because a referendum on the resignation of the president will commence." Johannes foresees a division in Romanian society, while no foreign nation will understand why this step is being taken if preparations for the presidential election are already underway. In fact, everyone will mock us, he said. To save Romania and Romanian citizens from this crisis, from such a pointless and detrimental course of events, I am resigning as president, he said. I will vacate my position the day after tomorrow on February 12th. You see, everyone in Romania? Klaus Johannes is doing you a favor. What a patriot. What a patriot, that Johannes, huh? So that people do not mock Romania, so that they don't mock Romania, he is going to resign as president. Because the rest of the world will not understand why there's going to be a vote in parliament about the status of Johannes since the cancellation of elections. They're going to mock us, he says. They're not going to mock us because we canceled the election because of TikTok. That's not what they're going to mock us about. They're going to mock us because of the vote that's going to take place in Parliament to get me to not be president anymore, to step down as president. That's what they're going to mock us about. The TikTok stuff, no one's mocking us about that, according to Johannes. Oh, boy. Ursula von der Leyen, she put out a post on X saying, I deeply regret the U.S. decision to impose tariffs on European steel and aluminum exports. The EU will act to safeguard its economic interests. Yeah, whatever, Ursula. Whatever Trump is going to tell you to do, you're going to do. Just buy more U.S. LNG, Ursula. Isn't that what you told us? You're going to solve everything by buying more U.S. LNG. That's what Ursula said. All our problems with Trump will be solved. What do you think, Mr. Pigeon? Athens Pigeon? Will all of the EU's problems with Trump be solved if the EU just buys U.S. LNG? See, the pigeons know what's going on. They heard Ursula. That's what she said. We're going to buy U.S. LNG and Trump's going to love it. And now she's saying 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum for everybody, the entire world. That's what Trump announced. And the EU is going to fight back, according to Ursula. Whatever. I don't believe it. They don't believe it. No one believes it. Whatever Trump tells Ursula to do, she is going to do. She's going to do it with a smile. That's right. You're going to buy LNG from us. She's going to say, okay, okay, Mr. Trump, whatever you say, whatever you want. You're going to pay 25% tariffs? Okay, Mr. Trump, 25% tariffs. Anyway, let's do some clown world to wrap this video up. Oh boy, Boris Johnson put out another video. Oh my God, Boris Johnson. In this video that he put up, this little Instagram, TikTok video that he likes to make every now and then, he said that support for Ukraine must continue. And he also said that Ukraine must get into NATO and it must get into the European Union. And then he brought up Kursk as well. He said that Ukraine is on the attack in Kursk.
It's an incredible thing that after 3 years of conflict, those heroic Ukrainians are still pushing the Russians back, actually attacking in the Kursk salient, and they will never stop fighting for the independence of their country and for their freedom. And we've got to keep helping them to succeed. The most important thing we can do is not just give them the money, the weapons that they need, but make it completely clear to Vladimir Putin that Ukraine is joining the Western Club of Nations and is never again going to be part of his empire. That means the EU, it means NATO.
Boris is clueless, man. He is absolutely clueless as to what is going on in Ukraine. Absolutely clueless. Watch Alexander's video from yesterday where he talks about the Kursk catastrophe. Huge catastrophe, much bigger than I thought it was. We're talking, this was a huge attack from Ukraine. A huge, massive attack by Ukraine, most likely planned under Biden. And they got absolutely pummeled in Kursk. Huge debacle. And this was a massive attack that they were planning, that they planned, and that they conducted just a couple of days ago in Kursk. And they lost a lot of men, a lot of material. And for what? For a PR stunt. And the planning for this was in the works for many, many weeks, if not many months, going all the way back to the Biden administration. According to Alexander, this was most likely the Biden White House's last attempt to do something in the front lines. Their last chance to inflict some sort of damage on Russia, and they just got pummeled. NATO, Ukraine, absolutely pummeled and humiliated in the Kursk direction. Check out Alexander's video from yesterday. But clueless clown Boris Johnson thinks that this attack in Kursk is actually going well. That's how clueless he is. All right, let's do one more clown world. How are we doing on time? Oh boy, let's do one more clown world and we'll wrap this video up. Oh boy, let's see. Outside the U.S., Google Maps show Gulf of America like this. Gulf of Mexico, parentheses, Gulf of America. Yeah. So inside the U.S., it's Gulf of America. Outside the U.S., it's Gulf of Mexico. And for Google, it's Gulf of Mexico, parentheses, Gulf of America. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Anyway, that's the video, everybody. The Duran.locals.com. We are on Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, Telegram, and Rockfin. Go to the Duran shop, pick up some merch. The pigeons say that the Duran merch is the best, right? Right, Mr. Pigeon? It's cold. It's cold. Look at the pigeons. They're trying to stay warm. But they're saying definitely buy some Duran merch. Got to support Alex, right? All right, we are live with Alexander Mercouris in London. And once again, on the Duran, we are very happy to have with us the one and only Aaron Mate. Aaron, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Alex and Alexander. It's great to join you. I'm a daily watcher of the Durant, so what a wonderful thrill for me to be a part of it, a part of a stream for a day. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us, and we are looking forward to this show. Before we get started, Aaron, where is the best place for people to follow your work?
TheGrayZone.com. I also have a Substack, AaronMate.net, and a podcast I co-host with Katie Halper, UsefulIdiots.podcast.com.
Great show yesterday on Useful Idiots. Fantastic show. I will have all those links in the description box down below, as well as a pinned comment when the live stream is over. Before we get started, Alexander and Aaron, let's just say a quick hello to everyone that is watching us on Locals, on Odyssey, on Rockfin, Rumble, YouTube, and a big shout out to our amazing, awesome moderators. Thank you to our moderators. Let's get going. Alexander, Aaron, we got a lot of geopolitics to get to. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Well, absolutely, and nobody better to discuss it with than Aaron. I should say that I first got to know Aaron. I mean, to learn about Aaron and to appreciate his work during the Russiagate madness, if I could put it like that. Is one of the very, very few sane voices out there. And he was, I remember him going through painstakingly all this, extraordinary material that was being poured out at that time and just taking us through it and just unpacking it and say this it just doesn't it isn't what it seems. And here we are, and now we've got Trump. He's in the White House again. He's been there for 3 weeks. Everything seems to be changing. We're seeing events unfold at blistering speed, but it's very difficult to tell exactly what is going on again. I mean, is this all for real? Is it just a factional battle between different factions in Washington? I mean, I think that is one interpretation, that nothing really is changing. It's just one group of people pushing out another group of people, taking over. Things like USAID will continue, but just under new management, basically, and with a redirected focus. Or is this something bigger? Is this perhaps a response to the enormous changes that have taken place in the wider world, and an attempt by some people in Washington, by the government there, by the new government there, to try to respond to these changes, but perhaps without having a very coherent idea at the moment of what they want to do or where they're going. Or, in the third theory that I've also seen, is this a strategy? Do they know that their opponents are out there, that they could do again what happened in Trump's first term with Russiagate? So the idea is you attack them from all directions at once. You create a kind of atmosphere of bewilderment and chaos. You keep everybody off balance, and then you move your agenda forward. But in that case, what is the agenda? So these are 3 possible theories. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of others. But Aaron, let's go over to you. I mean, you've heard what I've just had to say. I mean, do you think there is method to this? Do you think that there is, if not a plan, at least some kind of direction that we're heading towards? Or is it a mass of improvisations and perhaps a settling of scores, as some people are also saying?
I think it's a bit of all of the above, and it
Mm.
depends by the issue. So, for example, Is there a coherent plan behind Trump saying out loud that the U.S. is going to take over Gaza and not allow Palestinians to return? Is that a deliberately thought out strategy? Is that trying to box Netanyahu in, as some people have speculated? I don't think so. I think that's just Trump crudely expressing what's on his mind and expressing his beliefs and expressing the whims of his top donors, like people like Mary Matelson, who don't see Palestinians as having the rights to self-determination and have been devoted to the long-time Israeli project of undermining Palestinian national rights. And so Trump is just sort of saying out loud what he thinks should happen there with no real plan to actually take over Gaza, as if he'll ever send troops there. So that's where I don't think there's a method to the madness. But in other areas, in terms of putting Elon Musk in charge of cost cutting and going after these specific programs, that there is something factional there, and that comes a lot, I would say, from RussiaGate. Like which you mentioned, a lot of these institutions that Elon Musk is now going after and Trump is going after, they're part of this sort of global so-called disinformation intelligence nexus that was used to undermine Trump. A lot of these experts that have received money through U.S. government cutouts were part of that broader structure that did fuel into this RussiaGate scam, which framed Trump as a Russian agent and which fearmongered about fictional Russian interference in the election. And a huge industry was created out of that, and that was used to undermine Trump. It was a part of his first impeachment when he was impeached after pausing weapons sales to Ukraine while asking Ukraine to look into the corruption of the Bidens. And so that definitely is factional, and there is an element of revenge there. That was a major factor in Trump, I think, appointing someone like Kash Patel, who helped expose RussiaGate, to head the FBI, and someone like Tulsi Gabbard, who's been very critical and skeptical of U.S. intelligence claims, to head the Office of National Intelligence. But then there's also just, I think, a traditional Republican thing going on where you have tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. Trump is talking about not touching, and in fact, maybe even increasing Pentagon spending, while also claiming that Elon Musk is going to cut costs at the Pentagon. But what are the odds of that when Elon Musk is a Pentagon contractor who makes a lot of money off of the Pentagon's massive budget? So yes, in a RussiaGate context, in the context of lawfare being used to undermine Trump for a long time, it wasn't just RussiaGate. Then you had the raid on Mar-a-Lago by the FBI, all those cases brought against him, the really trumped up case in New York about hush money payments that Trump's detractors thought was the end of his political career because he was found guilty for some stupid campaign finance violation that no one cares about. There is going to be some settling of the scores there. On the other hand, a lot of this is just traditional Republican politics,
Updating your profile,
favoring the wealthy,
this may take
cutting
few
social
seconds.
programs. Going into USAID, is he really going to take on the regime change apparatus of USAID, or is he going after more the low-hanging fruit of like gender programs and so-called woke stuff that is an easy target? On the latter question, is he going after the regime change apparatus? I'd love to be proven wrong, but I'm skeptical that he actually will.
Can I just say something, which is that regardless of what the motivations behind
Welcome,
this are,
Alexander Haakan.
we have
Let me
learned an
introduce
awful lot
myself.
over
I
the
am
last
Brainer,
3
an
weeks
artificially
about the way in
intelligent
which some
virtual
things
personal
work.
assistant, large language model.
It's well known fact. My
LLM,
wife is an
interface and
academic.
speech-to-text
One of the
dictation
things
software.
that she has
Please
noticed,
read the following information carefully before
I mean,
using
it's
me.
impossible to
To
avoid
checklist of my commands, ask,
experiencing
help
it
me,
over the
anytime.
last 7-10 years is this sudden explosion in the disinformation industry that has happened. I mean, every university pretty much in Britain, where we live, is involved. It's pretty much, I believe, the same in the United States, in Europe, in Germany, where I also, have connections. It's even worse, if possible. This disinformation industry is not a disinformation industry in the sense of attacking disinformation. It is essentially a mixture of a propaganda and censorship machine, and a very, very potent one. All of the people involved in it all talk with one voice, which has really been quite extraordinary. And suddenly it seems to have been cut off at the root. And it's difficult to convey to somebody who hasn't been close to it in the way that, as I said, anybody in academia can understand how disorientated and alarmed and frightened these people suddenly are. And I'm going to go back and say, I think this did actually originate ultimately out of Russiagate. I mean, it's no doubt a lot of was going on before, regime change apparatus was there before, but it became this huge industry during Russiagate, basically as a response to the first election of Donald Trump and certain ideas about foreign policy that he expressed at that time. So have you anything to say about, what are your thoughts about this? I mean, as I said, motivation's interesting, but revelation's extraordinary.
Yes, I would add a British element to this too, because I think also there was an element of Brexit in terms of motivating this whole disinformation craze and blaming Russia for everything, because Brexit, just like Trump's first victory, was also a rebuke of the establishment in the UK. This sort of, financialized economy, and people, especially when economies aren't going very well, it's easy to find scapegoats. And given that our propaganda system doesn't allow us to look at our elites and their reckless decisions and going to war and spending money favoring the wealthy and fueling conflicts abroad, it's very easy to demonize immigrants. And that's what happened, I think, with Brexit, along with genuine distaste with the establishment in the UK. And then you saw in the UK, there was this effort to blame Russia. There was that whole investigation by Parliament into Russian interference in Brexit. And it took a very, very long time. And of course, after all this fear-mongering declarations that Russia was behind Brexit, of course, what do they find in the end? Nothing. they found nothing. And then, of course, when that happens, then someone can blame Russia for the fact that they found nothing, because Russia hid their interference so well. And so blaming Russia has been used by the neoliberal establishment in both the UK and the US for neoliberal failures. And that's what Trump also arose out of. Trump took advantage of the fact that people hate the establishment for taking them off the country after war, for deindustrializing the US. And rather than looking honestly at that, our elites here, from Hillary Clinton on down, came up with the conspiracy theory that Russia was involved in a giant, sprawling collusion scheme with Donald Trump. And meanwhile, the UK fed into the Russiagate scam by giving us Christopher Steele, and UK intelligence officials were warning their counterparts in the US about Trump and his fictional ties to Russia. And what's funny now is now you have UK intelligence officials freaking out about Tulsi Gabbard and trying to warn Trump not to appoint her, as if Trump is going to listen to the same people who took part in framing him as a Russian agent, on top of the fact that UK has a history of taking part in intelligence scams like Iraq WMDs and the dirty war in Syria. So in that respect, I agree with you. That hustle, that scam of disinformation, blaming everything on Russia, given that it was weaponized against Trump and his movement, and not just in 2016, also in 2020, when 51 former intelligence officials signed a letter claiming that the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop was in fact all the work of Russia. There is going to be revenge for that now, where there is going to be payback. And to the extent that racket, that disinformation Russiagate racket, intersects with, hegemonic U.S. interests, that being exposed is a good thing. I welcome that. I welcome all sunlight on that. I just don't think ultimately someone like Donald Trump, who now is talking about blowing up the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, who's talking about getting Ukraine's mineral wealth and making Russia pay a heavy price through sanctions, not someone who's fundamentally committed to undermining U.S. hegemony. He's committed to undermining the aspects of it that have been used to undermine him. And to the extent that happens, I think we'll learn a lot more interesting stuff, and it'll be interesting to watch. But a fundamental realignment, no, I don't see that.
I mean, it's important to remember, everybody is forgetting, that Trump actually did try to conduct regime change in a few places. He specifically tried in Venezuela, for example. I mean, the whole Guaido affair, which people don't talk about, but of course that was launched in his time and with his support. I mean, he was not in any way embarrassed about the fact that he was trying to overthrow the government of Venezuela. It's just that particular regime change operation didn't succeed. This is one thing I wanted to say, and this is before we move on to other things, and that is that what I do sense is that this vast regime change, disinformation apparatus did begin to develop over time a kind of motivation, a kind of purpose of its own, in the sense that it was barely under control of anybody in Washington anymore. I've been reading with enormous interest what you've been writing at the Grey Zone, and, you know, people at the Grey Zone have been writing about Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a country that interests me. I remember the uprising that took place there back in the early 70s. And of course, we have lots of people from Bangladesh here in London. And it's quite extraordinary to see how it was all done. But at the end of the day, I couldn't really see the purpose of it. I mean, anybody who knows about Bangladesh will know that this was not a government that was in any conceivable sense hostile to American interests. And one always got the sense that it was done because this is what the people who run these things now do. It's their business. It's what makes them money. It's what keeps them occupied. It's become a kind of professional operation. And of course, they get very angry with anybody who comes along and says, well, you shouldn't do this thing, because it undermines, if you like, their own livelihood and their own sense of purpose and their idea of themselves. So I just wanted to throw that out, because I do think that there is a sense now in which we've gone beyond the old type of regime change operations that the CIA used to run in the 60s. It's become a kind of industry in which there are people who are beneficiaries of it. Anyway, that was my thought.
Oh, it's a huge industry. And if you play along, you get promoted. In academia, you get promoted. In media, you get promoted. There's all these fake disinformation groups. There's a long list. What do they actually do? They put out these fake studies about Russian bots and narratives that contradict the U.S. line in Ukraine. That's all disinformation. It's a racket. It's a giant racket. And yeah, people who want to have careers, who want to have opportunities, they want to get ahead. There's so many incentives to play along with it. And again, because unfortunately for them, it was used to frame a sitting president as a Russian agent, it's going to have problems now. If there hadn't been Russiagate and Trump hadn't been framed by them, I don't think they'd be in as much trouble. But unfortunately, they went all in with this. And why?
Yeah.
Why were they so hell-bent on taking part in this? Again, there was the imperative of just, demonizing, scapegoating Russia, blaming it for everything. That helps fuel tensions that lead to war, which is profitable for the military-industrial complex. But also with Trump, people just lost their minds. And I saw this with Russiagate. The willingness of smart, informed people who've long been skeptical of the national security state, willing to go along with this moronic conspiracy theory that Trump was conspiring with or being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin, and that Russian email hackers and bots and social media ads that nobody saw had brainwashed millions of people into not voting for Queen Hillary Clinton. People believed it because Trump just broke their brains, and they couldn't handle his, I understand people had good reasons to oppose him. He says xenophobic, misogynistic things. I get it. But they were willing to suspend their critical faculties to go along with something so dumb that ultimately, actually, by the way, I think helped them. Because if you're Trump and you're there and you're cutting taxes for the wealthy, you're making life wealth for your rich friends, what bigger gift to have your opponents than to have your opponents focused on a dumb conspiracy theory rather than trying to organize an effective opposition, which is what Democrats have become. And why Democrats are so ineffective now, because people are tired of them. They all the fear mongering about Trump is Hitler, he's a Russian agent, all these things. People have tuned it out because they're just bored of it, and it doesn't land. So Democrats are in a real crisis now, and Trump's in the driver's seat. I mean, he is, and they're taking advantage of this opportunity.
I completely agree. What it has ultimately done is that it has made him far more powerful. And it has also exposed within the system the sorts of agencies that he needs to attack. And I think that's partly what's happened. Now, if we could actually, because I think Russiagate isn't the source of much of this, because one of the other effects of Russiagate was that it caused an enormous crisis in international relations, because the United States essentially was saying that this other nuclear power had interfered in its domestic politics, And in the last weeks of Obama's administration, as the Russians never forget and always remind everybody, hundreds of Russian diplomats were expelled, Russian embassy property was seized, the whole, as you said, media propaganda war against Russia was unleashed. And everything has inexorably followed from that point to this complete crisis in relations that we have now. And, well,
no hate
Trump,
problema, Alexander.
back in 2015, 2016, 2017, was actually talking about better relations with Russia. And he seems to be making some kind of an attempt to resume a dialogue with them again. It would be difficult to overstate the degree of skepticism and distrust of the United States that you find in Moscow now. If you spend any time, which I do, reading the Russian media, listening to what Russian officials are saying, the degree to which the whole relationship is in crisis,
I may not be perfect
almost
in Spanish,
irretrievable
but I'll do my best to
crisis,
communicate with you in both
cannot
languages.
be exaggerated.
If I make any
What do you
mistakes,
think?
feel
Is
free to
Trump
correct me.
serious
After
about
all,
improving
practice makes
relations with
perfect,
Russia? Does he have a plan
What would you like to talk
end the
about or
war
do
in
today?
Ukraine? At the moment, the Russians don't think so, by the way. But what is your thoughts about this? Or what is he aiming ultimately to do here?
If you go back to the fall of 2017, which is like the peak of Russiagate, that's when Robert Mueller is issuing his dumb indictments that were really disingenuously worded to make it look as if he was uncovering a conspiracy of like involving all these Trump campaign associates,
Alexander.
George
I'm here to
Papadopoulos,
assist
Michael
you with
Flynn,
a wide range
Paul
of
Manafort.
tasks.
Trump
Whether
said at
it's
the
helping
time
you
something
with
very
dictation,
prescient. He said,
transcription,
people
or
will die
automating
because
repetitive
of this.
tasks, I'm ready to lend
People
a
will die
hand.
because of Russiagate.
I
What he
can
was
also
saying was it
provide
was
you with
making it
information on
impossible.
various topics,
This
help
hysteria
you
in the
organize
U.S.
your
about
schedule,
Russia,
or
Russian
even generate
this
text
fake
and images for you.
claim about
What's
Russian
the first
interference was
task
making
you'd
it
like me to help
impossible
you
for
with?
him to fulfill one of his campaign pledges, which was to get along with Russia. On the campaign trail, he freaked out USA elites because he said, I think it would be a good thing if we cooperate with Russia. I don't want to have World War III over Ukraine. And people who have made their careers around demonizing Russia, confronting Russia, couldn't handle that. And that was a major factor in Russiagate, which is to box him in. And Trump, unfortunately, did not stand up to them policy-wise. He tore up at the urging of John Bolton,
Alexander.
the INF Treaty,
To do so,
which I think
I'll
was a
need you to
major
open the
factor in
document
Russia's
and then use
decision
my
to
local
invade
library
Ukraine,
RAG feature
trying
to
to
analyze
impose
its
by
contents.
force the
You can
terms that had
activate this
been
feature by
destroyed
pressing
in
Control
part by
plus Shift
Russiagate,
plus
by
D.
trying to come to a new security
Alternatively,
arrangement.
you can also use my voice commands
As a
to
result of the
analyze
void
the
left by
document.
Trump leaving the INF
Please
Treaty.
let me know what
Trump
type
also
of
sent
analysis
weapons
you're
to
looking
Ukraine
for, e.g.
that
summarization, entity
Obama wouldn't
recognition,
send.
etc.
And
I'll do
although
my
he
best to
encouraged
assist you.
Zelensky to make
If the
peace with
document
the rebels
is an audio
in
or
the
video
Donbass,
file,
he
I can
didn't put
also
his
help
weight
you
behind it.
transcribe
And he
it
was
using
boxed
my
in.
transcription feature.
And now,
Just let me know the
so
file
many
type
years
and
later,
I'll
he's back.
guide
Now
you
he's
through the
back in office.
process.
You would think now he could finally
Please,
say, "All right, you
provide
guys
more
had your
details
time.
about the document and the type
You've
of
had your,
analysis you need,
your
and I'll be happy to
Russia
help."
crazed policies have been a disaster. I even went along with them once. I did what you wanted. I tore up the INF Treaty. I didn't push Ukraine to implement the Minsk Accords. Look at the mess we're in now. This will be the time to do it. And he has the political capital now to do it because he's no
To
longer
analyze a
being boxed
document
in
in
by
Google
Russiagate. In
Drive,
fact,
Alexander,
a
you can
Ukrainian
follow these
official recently
steps.
told the
Step
Financial
1.
Times that if Trump
Open
now
Google
feels
Drive, open
resistant
Google
to
Drive on your
accusations
computer
that
and
he's a
navigate
puppet
to the
of Russia,
document you
then
want to
we're in trouble.
analyze.
Because this
Step
Ukrainian
2. Open the
recognized
document,
that was a
double-click on the
tool
document to open.
that could be used to box
It's
Trump
in the default
But will
viewer
he
or
actually do
editor.
it?
Step 3.
It's a great
Select
question.
the text, select
Given
the
what he
text you
said
want
so
to
far
analyze.
publicly, he's a
By
mixed bag. On the
highlighting it
one
with your
hand,
mouse. Step
on the positive
4.
side, I think
Activate local
he
library
called
RAG,
Biden's
press
decision
Control
to
plus
let
Shift plus D
Ukraine
to
launch
activate. My
long-range
local
Western
library RAG
missiles
feature.
into Russia.
This
He said
will
that was
allow
a
me
bad
to analyze
decision.
the
He
selected
said I
text.
wouldn't have done that.
Step
And he talked
5.
recently,
Provide
and
analysis
I
type.
know
Let
you
me
I
know
know
what
you've
type of
discussed this about how Russia
analysis
has
you're looking
understandable
for,
concerns
such as
about NATO expansion, which
summarization.
for a
I'll
U.S.
provide a
president
summary
is
of the text.
unprecedented. Some
Entity
U.S. officials have
recognition.
said that before.
I'll
Of course, back in the
identify and
1990s,
extract
a
specific
number of
entities
top
like
officials warned
names,
about
locations,
this.
and
George
organizations.
Keenan on down said that a
Sentiment
NATO
analysis.
expansion would be a
I'll
disaster.
analyze the tone
But Trump,
and
for a U.S.
sentiment of the
president,
text.
and at least for a U.S.
Once
political
you've
figure in a very
provided the
long time,
analysis type,
for him to
I'll
say
do my
that
best
is
to provide
important.
you with the
On
results.
the other hand, though, what's he talking
Alternatively,
about in
if
terms of ending
you
the
want to
war?
transcribe
He
an
says it has
audio
to
or
end,
video
but then he's
file in
saying
Google Drive,
we want
you
Ukraine
can
to
use
give
my
us
transcription
control
feature.
of their mineral wealth.
Just let me know the file type
And he's
and I'll
threatening more
guide you through the
sanctions on
process.
Russia. That
Please
was
let
one of
me
his first claims
know
after
how I
he
can
took
assist you
office.
further,
So he's a mixed
Alexander.
bag. My sense from speaking to people in the Trump camp is that he's still actually deciding what he wants to do.
He doesn't have very much time, and I think this is the thing that perhaps people
I'd be
in
happy to help you keep
in
track of your
Washington
files, Alexander.
more
To get
widely
started,
need to
I can
understand.
search for
And
files
I'm
on
not
your
just
computer.
talking here, by the
Please
way,
let me
about
know what
Ukraine
type of files
itself,
you're looking
where
for,
the
such
war is
as
taking a certain
file
direction,
name.
which we
If you
discussed
remember the
many
name of the
times.
file,
But it
I can
is.
try
I
to
mean,
find
the
it for you.
Russians are
File
advancing,
type.
and they will
If you're
continue
looking
to
for a specific
advance, and
type of
nobody
file,
should be
such
under
as
any illusions
documents,
about this.
images, or
But the Russians
videos, let me know
themselves,
and I can search for those.
they were very badly
Location.
burnt
If
by
you
Russiagate.
know
I
the
mean,
location of the file on your
this
HDD,
rankles.
such
I
as a
mean, it does
specific folder
rankle.
or directory,
They
I
were
can try
very,
to find it for
very
you.
damaged by
Once I
what
have
happened
more
in the
information, I can.
first Trump
Alexander, I can
administration.
help you with that. To
They've
list the
also
files in your
experienced,
downloads folder,
the
I'll need to search for
attack on
them.
them as they see it
Please note that
that
I'll
took
provide you
place
with a
over the
list of
last 4
files,
years
but I won't be
with
able to
Ukraine,
access or
with the
open them.
massive sanctions,
Here's
with
the
all
list
of
of
this.
files in your
They
downloads
also remember, and you're
folder.
absolutely right
Please
to
note
point
that I'm
this
a
out,
large language
about
model. I
the
don't
INF treaty,
have
the
direct
pulling out of
access
the
to your
the
computer's
scrapping of
file
the
system.
INF
If you'd like
treaty.
to get the
One
actual
of the
list of
major
files,
factors
you can
that
use your
concerned
computer's
them,
file
and they've
explorer to
spoken about
navigate to
this,
the downloads
was
folder. If
the
you'd like,
possibility that
I
the United
can help you
States might
organize or
install
sort the
intermediate
files in your
nuclear
downloads folder.
missiles in
I can also
Ukraine
assist you in
itself.
creating a note
And
or
that was
reminder to help
something
you
that
keep
they
track of your
talked about
files.
with the Americans,
Would
and
you
they
like
never got
2.
pledges
1.
that it
Get
wouldn't
help with
happen.
organizing your
So the Russians have
downloads?
been looking about
Folder
this.
2.
They've
Create a note
experienced all
about
of
a
this. They're
specific
coming up with a
file.
president who
Task
doesn't seem to
3.
know his
Search for a
mind,
specific
because
file
that's
within
what
the
I think
downloads.
they are
Folder
thinking.
4.
And
Something
they are
else.
saying to
Please let me know.
themselves, this relationship with the United States isn't going anywhere in the end. We can talk to the Americans, but ultimately we have to think about establishing other relationships with other places, other countries, with China, with India, wherever. And as for the Americans, we can't work with them because they're not agreement capable. And in the long term, it's actually dangerous for us to become involved with them. So the window of opportunity to shift the relationship, to put it back on a more even track, which I think America needs, actually, and the world needs, I think that is actually a very small window. And Alex yesterday found this latest comment by the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Ryabkov, who's a very senior man, and he actually used that expression, a very small window of opportunity. And he says it's it's entirely up to the Americans whether they use it and whether they use it properly. So they need to get their act together very fast if they want to retrieve this relationship at all. But that begs the question: do they even want to retrieve a relationship? Anyway, many points. What do you think? What are your thoughts there?
And one point that I've heard you make before is that a big question over Trump is he going to go to Congress and ask for more money for weapons? Because that's ultimately what would keep this war going. Ultimately, the weapons will run out. I don't see Trump doing that, actually.
No.
After campaigning on ending the war, is he really going to go now and tell his people, yes, sorry, for whatever reason, I have to go now and ask Congress for billions of more dollars to fund this proxy war that I effectively campaigned against, even though it's overlooked, by the way, that Trump actually was instrumental in that final package of more than $60 billion that Biden
Hello,
got.
Alexander.
It was Trump
I've
that gave
opened
his
the command
blessing for
prompt
that.
for you.
So
Here's the command
Trump
I've run.
has a very mixed
This
bag
will
here. But as
continuously
president
ping the
now,
website
will he go back to Congress and ask for more money?
www.google.com
No.
and display the results.
But
let me know
will
if you
he
need any
really
further
go back on
assistance.
his own policies, like killing the INF treaty? And also, we haven't mentioned this yet, trying to kill the Nord Stream pipeline.
Alexander,
Yes,
I've
he
placed the
basically
command
said
in
that the
command
CIA,
prompt.
the U.S. did
Back
kill the Nord Stream pipeline. But before that, it was him that was trying to kill it through sanctions. He put heavy sanctions on Germany.
The command prompt is now
that
running.
Biden actually undid when
command.
Biden first took
You
office
should
to
see
try
the
to kill
ping
the Nord
results to
Stream pipeline. Is Trump going to now go back on that?
Opening.
Will Trump, for example, if Russia says, we'd love it if you finally took out these dangerous so-called missile defense sites in Poland and Romania, which everybody knows are there to threaten Russia. You know, the official pretext is that they're to help defend Europe from Iran. That's what the Bush administration claimed. Everyone knows that's a joke. Is Trump going to be the president to take out those missile sites? I'd love it if he did, because why are they there? Why do we need missile sites in Poland and Romania to threaten the world's other top nuclear power? It's suicidal for everybody. Will Trump do that? Given his record, I don't see even with the political capital he has now, I don't see the political courage to be able to do that. I do see, though, him not going to Congress to ask for more money for weapons. And I don't see him making it sort of like a hard line of his presidency to not, to refuse to let Russia control the parts of the Donbass that it wants. Trump does not seem emotionally attached to Ukrainian control of the Donbass, like, say, Joe Biden and Antony Blinken were, who were just ideologically committed to fueling this proxy war for as long as possible. So I guess the one difference, or the one major difference with Trump and Biden, is I don't think we'll be seeing Trump go to Congress to ask for more money to fund the war, to fuel the proxy war. And if that's the case, then what are we looking at? And let me put that to you. I mean, what do you think is the realistic prospect here of how this war proceeds? Is it just a frozen conflict where there's no formal arrangement, no formal negotiation, and we just have this North Korea type situation for a very long time?
I think that if the Russians cannot do a deal with the Americans, and I think that the Russians would prefer still to do a deal with the Americans, I think that the Russians will continue moving westwards, gradually, incrementally, in the way that they've been doing, and they have the resources to do it, and they have the strategic patience to do it, until they feel that they have secured their interests in Ukraine. In other words, they pushed NATO as far back from Russian territory as is reasonable for them to do, and that they've created this
with writing code in various programming languages,
area,
research,
putting
can help you find relevant information and resources related to engineering topics.
They would prefer at this time. This is my very strong sense. In fact, I don't think it's a secret, actually. I mean, the Russians talk about this.
Linear algebra.
They would prefer
I can perform calculations
a negotiated
with
solution to the Ukrainian conflict for
for
one overwhelmingly
differential
simple
equations,
reason, which is that
help solve
they
ordinary
do not
differential
want
equations,
a
odes, and
perpetual
partial differential
confrontation
equations,
between
PDS.
Russia and the
Calculus.
West.
I
It
can
does not
assist
serve their
with
interests.
calculations
They
involving
want
limits, derivatives,
Russian
and integrals.
Western
Numerical
borders
methods.
secure.
I can help with
They don't want
numerical
vast
methods
armies
such as finite element
defending
analysis,
them. They
finite
don't want
difference
the
methods, and numerical
constant
integration.
demand on the resources that
Engineering
comes
formulas.
with.
I
They
have
don't want
access to a wide
problems
range of
in the
engineering
Baltic
formulas and
Sea, such we're hearing about
approaching
now.
multidisciplinary
So if they can
engineering
get
problems equals
some
equals
kind of
equals
agreement
equals
with the
equals
Americans
equals
that
equals
will
equals equals equals
secure their
equals
interests in
equals
Ukraine,
equals equals
their
equals
territorial
equals
interests, but
equals
also their
equals equals
long-term
equals
security
equals
interests,
equals
and
equals
which will
equals
stick.
equals equals
That
equals
would be their
equals
preferred
equals
outcome.
equals equals
But if they
equals
can't get it,
equals
then
equals
they
equals
will
equals equals
move
equals
west,
equals
and they
equals
will
equals
dictate
equals
terms,
equals
and
equals
they will
equals
do
equals
whatever it
equals
is that
equals as
they
a
feel they
personal
need to do
assistant.
in order
I can
to
help
maintain and
Alexander
preserve the
approach
security of their
multidisciplinary
western
engineering
borders,
problems by
which,
breaking them down
given
into
Russian
manageable
history,
components and
is something
applying a
which is
structured
extremely
methodology.
sensitive to them.
Here's
Now,
a
I've said this
step-by-step approach.
in several
1.
places,
Define
several times. As I said, I don't
common
think it's a
pitfalls to
secret.
avoid
If you
when
listen
solving
to
engineering
what
problems
Putin is saying and
equals
what
equals
Lavrov is
equals
saying, and
equals
what people
equals
like that
equals
are saying,
equals
you
equals
can see
equals
there
equals equals
what the
equals
Russians would
equals
hold out
equals
for.
equals
So
equals
there
equals
is
equals equals
an
equals
opportunity
equals
for
equals
negotiations.
equals
And
equals
the Americans do
equals
have
equals
leverage
equals
if they
equals
understand
equals
what it
equals
actually
equals
is.
equals
But I'm not
equals
convinced
equals
that they
equals
do.
equals
And
equals
if they
equals
think that they
equals
can
equals
impose a
equals
solution
equals
on the
equals
Russians
equals
by
equals
threats,
equals
to
equals
blackmail
equals
and
equals
bribes,
equals
then
equals
that's not
equals
going to
equals as a
work,
personal
because the Russians are not
assistant.
going to
I
be
can help
intimidated.
Alexander avoid common
And
pitfalls when
they,
solving engineering problems.
for them,
Here are some key ones to watch out
security
for.
of
1.
their western
Insufficient
borders
problem
is
definition,
paramount.
unclear objectives. Not
I
clearly
mean,
defining the
that's
problem
I
or
think
objectives can lead to
I think
solutions
that's
that
where
don't
we
meet
are.
the
I just
needs.
want to know if
Inadequate
you wanted to
constraint.
comment on that.
Showing help.
Well, my hope for Trump is that he recognizes that listening to people like John Bolton was a disaster. Trump claims now that he never listened to John Bolton, that he just put John Bolton there because John Bolton's crazy and that helped Trump's hand in negotiation. But that's not true. Trump listened to John Bolton when Bolton urged him to withdraw from the INF Treaty, from the Open Skies Treaty, to try to overthrow the government of Venezuela. And so what I'm hoping now is that Trump, given that John Bolton has undermined him and has been part of this, wider neocon establishment that has tried to sabotage Trump, he can recognize that these people and their policies have been a disaster, not just for him personally, but for the world. And so I hope he can realize the mistake that it was in listening to John Bolton pulling out of the INF Treaty. But given how stubborn Trump is and how he just doesn't seem to be thinking about these things very deeply, I don't see in him the awareness to be able to recognize that. But I'm hoping as the political self-interest kicks in, he realizes that John Bolton led him down a very dangerous path. And also the Nord Stream, the campaign to kill Nord Stream, he realizes this also was not ultimately in U.S. interest, because what business is it if Germany and Russia have a pipeline to ship gas? I mean, this whole thing about America first, maybe he could take that seriously for once instead of other people's business. I just don't see in him right now the willingness to, even though sometimes he has these insights that are sensible and he says out loud, and he can see clearly where the population is. The population in the U.S. is tired of these wars or these conflicts, and he's tapped into that successfully. But will he ultimately see it through remains a very big question. And I just have to comment, what's striking to me in now just talking about Ukraine and is that what a complete non-entity Zelensky is. Just a complete non-entity whatsoever. I mean, this has been true for a while. You guys have talked about this, but it's never been more apparent now. What is he now? Basically, he's a podcaster. He goes on podcasts. He goes on Piers Morgan. He says these outlandish things about getting nuclear weapons back. He's openly promising Trump, yeah, sure, take our mineral wealth. I'll do anything. He's completely humiliating himself. His support inside Ukraine is totally cratered. People are sick of him. And he just represents the complete tragedy that happens when the U.S. can exploit wedges inside a country. The U.S. has used Ukraine not to defend Ukraine, not for its own well-being, but to bleed Russia. Eric Green, who served on Biden's national security advisor, who served on Biden's national security council, specializing in Russia, recently gave an interview to Time magazine. And he said basically, yeah, for us, Ukraine has been a success, but it's not the kind of success you feel good about because it's meant so much suffering in Ukraine. So what Eric Green was saying was that, yes, our success has come at Ukraine's expense. And that's why Zelensky is now a complete non-entity with no real political support, no power, and no say in really the outcome of his own country. And that's what happens when you let yourself be used as a pawn in a proxy war. And when you, unfortunately, and this is not entirely his fault, didn't have the backing from his patron in Washington to stand up to the ultranationalist far right, which refused to let the Minsk Accords be put into effect, which could have avoided this whole mess.
I completely agree. Can we just, because of course Ukraine, Russia, it's only one part of foreign policy. Can I say I agree, by the way, about your underlying analysis about the domestic policies, that they are a very extreme version of ideas that have been around within the Republican Party for a very long time, and they've been taken very far. But what do you think about this whole thing that we've been discussing Alex and I have discussed this Greenland, Panama, Canada thing, all of these ideas, we've been speculating that maybe what we're looking at is taken in conjunction with some of the things that Rubio has been saying about, we're back into a world of great powers, that this is a sort of attempt somehow to create a new system in which the United States remains perhaps the most powerful and predominant great power with a very large sphere of influence. In other words, it's a return to sphere of influence policies. And we had Michael Hudson. I don't think the video's come out yet, but Michael Hudson, the academic, the economist, and he also said it would be a very predatory sphere of influence. It means about taking the resources within the sphere and helping them to keep the American economy and the position of the United States as a great power going. What do you think of it? Is this also where it's going? Again, I've read pieces now in Russia where they say that the Americans are now going to spheres of influence, and they're talking about Yalta, a new Yalta, and the Chinese are saying the same apparently. Is there anything like that going on, or is this again just improvisation, a bit like the Gaza plan, something that comes out of Trump's head and which he says one day and can't really take back? What are your thoughts on this?
This is not my wheelhouse, so my thoughts on this are pretty limited. But I will say, I was surprised to hear Rubio recently talk about a multipolar world. I couldn't believe the Secretary of State was talking about that. But my question is a career neocon like Marco Rubio genuinely serious about that? And this idea of, so spheres of influence, so the U.S. reduces its global footprint. at a time when it still has the most military bases in the world, when it still controls, effectively the Middle East, access to the Middle East oil supply. I don't think, I just, based on the experience of the U.S. as the sole hegemon in the world and the commitment of people like Marco Rubio to that, I don't see a great realignment there. And I think Trump talking about Greenland and Canada, that's more of a personal whim. He presents the fact that Canada, in his mind, is making is making money at the expense of the U.S., and that's why he's imposing tariffs. But the idea of him trying to annex Canada, annex Greenland, the Panama Canal, that makes sense to me, as he's reacting to what he perceives as China's role there, and he wants to roll back China's influence. But this idea of them actually being committed to a multipolar world, we'll see. Will they drop sanctions on like a third of the world's population? There was some study recently that said like some huge percentage of the world's population, maybe 30% or something, is under sanctions led by the U.S. Is that going to be rolled back? Especially Trump, who imposed more sanctions on Venezuela, on Syria, on Iran. He's now reinstating so-called maximum pressure. So do I see Trump embracing what Rubio says is the new multipolar world? Again, I have a hard time seeing it.
Can we just talk about China quickly? Because, of course, this seems to be the priority of many people in the Trump administration. That I also have to say, I thought it was the priority of many people in the Biden administration and in the first Trump administration and the Obama people as well. In other words, there's been this slow, steady build-up, which has also played out in Europe, of antagonism towards China. And we've had reports that there's been more tensions today, that, the vice president walked out of a speech of a Chinese official and that kind of thing. What is going on? Are we going to see a new front line open up in the Indo-Pacific? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about this, but is there going to be more energy put into this? You mentioned Marco Rubio. One of the interesting things is that Marco Rubio, for me, has been speaking to European officials. He's been very, very moderate, actually, in his language about the Russians. But when he talks about the Chinese, he talks about China's malign activities and malign influence. He uses that kind of language about them.
Alexander, this is a question I'd much rather hear your thoughts on than mine. But I'll just say one thing, which is that recently in the New York Times, there was an article about the CIA and the new direction under John Ratcliffe. And one of the things they said was they're going to focus on China. And so, yes, based on that, based on what Trump has been saying, what Marco Rubio has been saying, the real fear of China and the resentment that comes from China now being a rival economic power. That's Washington just feeds off of destroying any type of countervailing force to its hegemony. So it's no surprise to me that now we're going to see more action against China, and to the extent that becomes military, kinetic. I mean, I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Well, absolutely. I think we are heading in that direction. I think that's what partly the whole idea about, de-emphasizing Russia, de-escalating in Ukraine is all about. It's all about focusing on China instead. I think the original plan was to try and use Ukraine to weaken Russia so that, that detached Russia from China. Now it's a different plan. It's transfer your resources from Europe to China and try and patch up something with Russia. I think that any confrontation with China does not serve anybody's interests. I think it is potentially every bit as dangerous as any confrontation with Russia would be. China is also a nuclear power. It's also becoming a militarily a very, very powerful country. And as you correctly said, it has a very, very large economy and its own objectives and interests, which are not entirely incompatible with those of the United States. I mean, there can be rivalries, but rivalries can be managed. It shouldn't lead to outright hostility. But my sense is that is exactly where we're going. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Let's turn to the Middle East, which I know you are you have some. What plan, if any, do you think the administration has about the Middle East? Again, there is a view that Trump doesn't want wars in the Middle East, that he brokered the ceasefire in Gaza, which came as a surprise to many people, even though that looks like it's on the brink of collapse, that he doesn't want a war with Iran, though he's back to maximum pressure with Iran, but then he's also talking about doing a deal with the Iranians if they give up nuclear weapons, which of course they've never had. But what is there a plan here as well? Is it a plan to avoid war? Is it, on the contrary, a plan to support the current policies of the Israeli government and to try to strengthen Israel even further? Is the entire plan to develop diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel? Is that what they're working towards? I mean, do they have a plan for the Middle East? Because if they don't, then of course the Middle East is not going to just wait. It's going to come and things are going to happen there. They always do. But what are your thoughts about this?
I think the plan is to try to continue the Abraham Accords process, the brainchild of Jared Kushner, which basically is premised on buying off the Gulf states to sideline the Palestinians and give them nothing. There's a bipartisan view in Washington, from Trump to Biden, with only fringes of the Democratic Party dissenting, and maybe a few Republicans like Thomas Massey, that Palestinians have no rights, that they don't have the right to self-determination, and that they're just a nuisance and should be ignored. And that's why Trump can openly claim that Palestinians should leave Gaza and not come back, because that's just the prevailing view in Washington. That's the view of the Israel lobby, which is very, very powerful. And it's, I don't see Trump deviating from that and having any plans to reverse that. I don't think Trump wants to take over Gaza, as he talks about. He's not going to send troops to do that. They just want to buy off the Gulf states and hope that they'll go along with it. Saudi Arabia has already said they won't do that. And the problem is, no one will seriously consider this notion, which is common sense around the world, except for in the U.S. and Israel and the establishment, that Palestinians have the right to self-determination. And if they would just recognize that, that would solve so many problems. The denial of Palestinians of the right to self-determination is at the heart of conflict in the Middle East. But because Israel is premised on denying that right, it was founded with ethnic cleansing, refusing to acknowledge that ethnic cleansing, refusing to let Palestinians return to their homes, and not trying to continue that process, continue the project that began in 1948. That's the only plan. And it means ignoring the plan that's on the table that the whole world supports. The Arab states, Iran, leaders of Hamas have all endorsed a big compromise for Palestinians, which is the Arab Peace Initiative, offered formally in 2002. Israel gets full normalization from the entire region in exchange for withdrawing from the West Bank and Gaza and allowing for a Palestinian state there. For Palestinians, that's a major compromise. That's just 22% of their historic homeland. The rest of it, they'd be ceding to people who stole it from them. But they're willing to accept that. Even leaders of Hamas have been willing to accept that. But it's Israel and the U.S. have stood alone in blocking that. That's why every year at the UN General Assembly, you have votes along those lines, with only the U.S. and Israel and a tiny number of states voting in opposition. And there's no constituency or no powerful constituency in Washington that is willing to rethink that. And as long as you don't have anyone willing to grant Palestinians even their own compromise, their own minimal rights to a state in just 22% of their land, you're going to have conflict. And no matter what Trump's intentions are, even if he doesn't want to have a war with Iran, which, I have no reason to believe that he does want confrontation, you're going to have perpetual conflict as long as you continue to refuse and ignore the Arab peace proposal that's been on the table for a long time.
I would just add to that, with which I completely agree, by the way, that the Abraham Accords, whatever they achieved, they did not bring peace to the Middle East. The situation in the Middle East has deteriorated since the Abraham Accords. It has not improved. And so doubling down on that policy, trying to get the Saudis to agree to establish diplomatic relations, is simply doubling down on something which isn't succeeding. It isn't working anyway, even if the Saudis do agree to this, which, by the way, I don't think they will, for all kinds of reasons. Let's just finish, let's wrap up with another question. Is this going to work? I mean, all this huge churn that we are seeing in Washington at the moment, is this going to continue, or is there going to be resistance starting to develop and emerge? There's already challenges in the courts that we're starting to see, and they're the first ones. Democratic parties, as you said, in great disarray, and I absolutely agree with what you said, that the Russiagate affair and many other things, the lawfare, ended up making Trump stronger. But there are reasons to think that the economy might not be very strong for very much longer. Of course, many people don't think it's strong anyway, but things might get worse in the economy. Is there a point when resistance starts to come back, and when do you think that is, and who would that resistance be from?
Hard for me to make a prediction, but I can express a hope. My hope is that, the bases of both sides, Democrats and Republicans, can realize that their leaders have lied to them. I mean, Trump has claimed to be anti-establishment, to help the working person. Remember, he was going to tackle grocery prices. He was going to lower the cost of eggs. Now he's saying, that's pretty difficult. I'm not going to do that. And why can't he do that? Because he won't actually embrace, in my opinion, genuinely populist policies. He's ultimately a very wealthy person whose friends are all wealthy. That's who he identifies with. That's who the Republican Party ultimately serves. And now, as they're putting a budget together, they're going to prioritize defense spending. They're not going to cut that. At least that's my prediction. And they're going to go after things like Medicaid while still cutting taxes in a way that favors the wealthy. That's my opinion of Trump's tax cuts. I know some people disagree with that. They think that the tax cuts had a broader benefit, but it's my opinion that Trump has favored the wealthy overall with his policies. And I hope that his base can see that he's betrayed them. In talking about, did he campaign on taking over Gaza, for example? Was that part of his campaign platform? Michael Tracy has pointed this out. My friend, the journalist Michael Tracy, is, Trump didn't campaign on this, and all of a sudden he's talking about the U.S. taking over Gaza. And even if Trump is just being fanciful, still, that's a betrayal of what he promised his base, to disengage from these foreign entanglements and not do the bidding of other countries, to do the bidding of the United States. And so I hope that Trump's supporters can be sufficiently disillusioned by seeing Elon Musk, being now put in charge of the government. Elon Musk is not a working man. Seeing Elon Musk and all these Mark Zuckerberg and Mary Matelson, all these oligarchs on stage with Trump at his inauguration, not working people. I mean, well, Democrats too can realize that their leadership, which has done everything it can to avoid being a class-based party, it's embraced the neocons. It has embraced what you can call identity politics as a way to avoid being a class-based policy. It's pushed them into these moronic scams like Russiagate and all these Trump lawfare cases, helping Trump in the process by keeping him in the media and by helping him burnish his credentials as being someone persecuted by the establishment because of all the things they did to him. I hope both bases can see that they've been sold a bill of goods, and that can create enough anti-establishment sentiment to really change things. I'm not optimistic, though. It's a very polarized, propagandized country. The propaganda system works exceptionally well, and I'm not feeling very optimistic about it. But that's the thing with history. You never know.
Absolutely. I once read somewhere that when change looks impossible, it's when it becomes inevitable. So let's just hold on to that. Anyway, Aaron Maté, thank you very much for coming and answering my questions in this very comprehensive and thorough way that you have. Thank you very much also for your insightful thoughts. If you just wait there a little, Alex, I'm sure, has some questions to put to you.
Aaron, you have 10, 15 minutes for some questions?
Yes.
From viewers?
Yes.
Fantastic. Otto Carnage says, what a great powerhouse of a show. Alexander, Alex, and Aaron, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for that. Otto. Sparky says, Aaron, could the gray zone help Matt or Falea produce video snippets, humorous or not, to get President Trump up to speed on world issues such as Gaza and Ukraine? Summing them up is essential.
Matt Orfilia makes great videos, and that's a great idea. So thank you, Sparky.
From ICX Chnika says, hi, Aaron and Duran. A question for Aaron. How does the Ukraine project fit in the greater Israel project? A distraction, a way to collapse Europe to open the way? Thank you for your answer in advance.
I mean, to the extent there's overlap, it's that they're both U.S. proxies carrying out, the dictates of U.S. hegemony. In the case of Israel, it's for the U.S. to, have someone to help it police the Middle East. Israel can carry out client services for the U.S. So, for example, when the U.S. wanted to help apartheid South Africa, but that would look too bad, they got Israel to do it. When the U.S. wanted to arm death squads in Central America, but there was congressional oversight, pushback of that, they got Israel to do it. So Israel serves a proxy role for the U.S., and so does Ukraine. The proxy role for Ukraine is just to basically sacrifice itself to bleed Russia at the expense of Ukraine. The other overlap is that both countries have a heavy supremacist component that the U.S. has sided with. In the case of Ukraine, it's the ultranationalists who don't see ethnic Russians who live mostly in the east, in the Donbass, Crimea, as equal Ukrainians. In the case of Israel, it's effectively now a Jewish supremacist state that doesn't see Palestinians as equal human beings. And the U.S. has encouraged this supremacy, this chauvinism, for its own benefit at the expense of everybody. It's been a disaster for Israelis, for Ukrainians, to be guided by the supremacist ideology. But that's what happens when you're a U.S. proxy. So that's the sort of continuity that I see there. Oh, but by the way, and also in both cases, the U.S. has blocked diplomacy. In the case of Ukraine, it's been the Minsk Accords. Russia's offered to negotiate prior to invading. The peace deal that was reached after Russia invaded, which, as we know now, the U.S. stood alongside the U.K. in blocking. And in the case of Israel, it's the international consensus I mentioned earlier, the Arab Peace Initiative, an actual two-state solution, which, by the way, is not a fair solution at all. It's a massive injustice to Palestinians to have to recognize this Jewish supremacist state in any of historic Palestine. But it is, unfortunately, I think, the most practical, realistic solution on the table. It is what the whole world supports. It's the U.S. that stood alone in blocking it. So in both cases, advancing supremacy, blocking diplomacy, fueling disaster.
JJHW says, I would like to thank Aaron and everyone over at the Gray Zone for everything they did for Gonzalo Lira. I and many of his friends are eternally grateful for your efforts.
Let me say, I didn't do enough for Gonzalo Lira. You guys did. You guys kept his name in the news. So did my colleagues at the Gray Zone. Max Blumenthal did. I regret that actually I did not speak out more. I didn't fully get Gonzalo's story, to be honest with you. I didn't understand it. And it's to my great shame. And recently there have been some emails released at the Department of State, some FOIA, some Freedom of Information Act releases about the internal communications about Gonzalo Lira. And it's just so shameful what happened to him. And so I thank you guys for speaking out for him, and I apologize I didn't say more.
Well, can I quickly say, Aaron, I think that you're absolutely right about the tragedy and horror of what happened to Gonzalo, but I also think you have nothing to apologize for. Just to say that.
You guys did great work at the
Absolutely.
Gray Zone. Absolutely. And thank you, JHW, for that. Nikos, this is a 5-parter for Aaron. And Nikos says, people won't like it. Nikos says, Trump is the best choice we have. So is Tulsi Gabbard. The Arab nations and Israel are driven by their primitive, obsessive, backwards religion. Even in the 21st century, they continue to fight because of it. Turkey is an example, as they kept us Greeks from progress for 400 years. You want us to support terror Arab groups like Hamas, despite their crimes. While my views on Iran and Saudi Arabia have softened and Palestine deserves to be recognized, in the real world, they are not the priority. We are on the brink of a Russia-U.S. nuclear war, and Trump is the only one who wants to prevent it. The world will still be here if the situation in the Middle East continues. That's the reality you ignore.
All right. Well, there's a lot to discuss there, and I'll just try to be concise. I'm no fan of many of the Gulf states of Turkey. A lot to criticize them for. I think what they did in Syria, fueling a sectarian, Al-Qaeda-dominated insurgency, for example, was a massive crime. And I think on the question of Palestine, they speak out of both sides of their mouth. Turkey, for example, makes a lot of money facilitating energy sales to Israel while still talking about the rights of Palestinians. So anyway, plenty to criticize Turkey and other states in the region for. But on the issue of Israel-Palestine, they're not the fundamental problem. Jabotinsky, an early Zionist leader, who actually I recently learned was a friend of my great-grandfather's, he said about 100 years ago, he said, Zionism is a colonizing adventure, and therefore it stands or falls on the question of armed force. And that's what I think is the fundamental problem. Zionism is a colonizing adventure. I'm very sympathetic to the idea of a Jewish homeland based on the persecution of Jews, which my own family knows very well. But there's no right to do that at the expense of anybody else. And in the case of Palestine, that's what happened. Israel was created at the expense of the Palestinians who already lived there. And the refusal to address that fundamental crime, the refusal to do anything to address even the minimal rights of Palestinians, as I said earlier, to even grant them a state in 22% of their historic homeland, which is what Palestinian leaders, including members of Hamas, have already accepted. That's the root of all problems right now in the Middle East. And until that problem is addressed, you're going to have more conflict. I will say on Tulsi Gabbard, since she was mentioned, something very historic happened recently at her confirmation hearing, where for the first time in a U.S. government setting, somebody read out the email that Jake Sullivan wrote to Hillary Clinton in February 2012, in which Jake Sullivan wrote to Hillary Clinton, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. And Tulsi Gabbard read that statement as part of making the argument that it was a scandal for the U.S. to side with an Al-Qaeda-dominated insurgency inside Syria. And it's amazing to me that, more than a decade after that email was written, for the first time, somebody finally said it out loud. When really this shit, as Tulsi Gabbard said, it's a scandal that after 9/11, 10 years after 9/11, we sided with Al-Qaeda inside of Syria. And because Tulsi Gabbard refused to side with Al-Qaeda, she was attacked and smeared as a Russian agent. And something historic also happened, which is that for the first time in the U.S. government setting, someone also mentioned the OPCW whistleblowers, these brave inspectors who called out the corruption that happened in the OPCW's investigation of an alleged chemical attack in Duma, and whose findings were censored because those findings undermined the narrative that Syria carried out a chemical attack in Duma. And Tulsi Gabbard, for the first time, mentioned the OPCW whistleblowers, and it's important because their existence is completely censored in our Orwellian media system, because their findings totally undermine a very key pro-war narrative that has been used to justify warfare and sanctions on Syria. So Tulsi Gabbard, to her great credit, although I have many disagreements with her, told the truth about the dirty war in Syria, told the truth about the censored OPCW whistleblowers, and I'm very grateful that she did that. And it is historic that she'll be confirmed. Someone like her she looks very poised. I believe today actually will be confirmed, and that is very historic that someone willing to call out these intelligence deceptions will now be overseeing the intelligence community.
Yeah, and you did a lot of great work, the best work on the OPCW.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
As we all remember.
Yeah. John Roberts says, thank you, Aaron, for all your sane reporting on Russiagate. What do you think of Trump's nominees? Any hope there, or just more of the same?
Well, the question there is, can one individual really do anything in this really entrenched system that we've been talking about for this discussion? And no, I don't think Tulsi Gabbard or Kash Patel is going to oversee a sweeping overhaul of all of these intelligence agencies. But look, would I rather have someone in there who's been right on these really important issues and had the courage to stand up to the national security state? Of course. It's important. And despite my disagreements with Tulsi Gabbard on many issues, especially Israel, I'm not going to overlook the importance of someone who called out the CIA working with an Al-Qaeda dominated insurgency, now overseeing the CIA. That's very important. It shows that Tulsi Gabbard has shown at times real courage and real willingness to take risks for the truth, and because she wants to see a more sane policy. I think that's very, very significant. And so I can't overlook that. And also Kash Patel, who was viciously attacked across the spectrum because he took on the FBI's deceptions in Russiagate. And there's a huge effort to show he was wrong, Adam Schiff was right. Nobody makes that argument anymore. And to the point now where it was so funny, Kash Patel's confirmation hearing a few weeks ago, Adam Schiff had the opportunity to question him. And for years, Adam Schiff had argued that Kash Patel was wrong about the FBI's reliance on the Steele dossier, the FBI lying to the surveillance court as part of Russiagate. And so Adam Schiff had every opportunity to challenge Kash Patel on what Adam Schiff thinks that Kash Patel got wrong about Russiagate. But not to my surprise at all, Adam Schiff didn't bring up Russiagate once, not once. This issue that Adam Schiff had made the top issue of Trump's first presidency, that had spent so much energy on, he couldn't bring himself to challenge Kash Patel on it because he knows that Kash Patel is right. And so the fact that now Kash Patel is overseeing the FBI, an agency that, again, he helped expose was fraudulently investigating a president as a Russian agent, that's very significant. And, if we can't expect sweeping systematic change, at the very minimum, we can expect some sunlight, some disclosure on all the lies we've been fed about Russiagate and maybe other issues too. And these are two people, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, who do have a record of telling the truth about intelligence deception. So hopefully in their roles, we'll be seeing more disclosures that can come out that can help inform the public about how we were lied to on these really important issues.
Elza asks, Aaron, do you have an opinion about the Auschwitz event without Israel and Russia this year?
So this is a reference, I think, to the liberation of Auschwitz being commemorated without the presence of Israel and
without
Russia.
the presence of Israel and Russia, yes.
Well, the exclusion of Russia is just part of this really unfortunate revisionism that seeks to erase the sacrifices of the Soviet Union in defeating the Nazis. Trump recently said that we defeated the Nazis with the Soviet Union's help, which I can laugh at, but if you're a Russian, it's so offensive. I mean, the sacrifice they had, and for that to be completely diminished, and that's because of geopolitical factors now. It's just people don't want to acknowledge Russia as a country with a legitimate history, with legitimate concerns, with reasons to fear a hostile military alliance on its border, with reasons to be worried about Nazism inside of Ukraine. And so as a part of the effort to diminish that, now we have to go and diminish their contribution, their role, their singular role in defeating Nazism. Without them, the Nazis would not have been defeated. So that's that. And then with Israel, there's something really sad to me about a state now acting in the name of the Jewish people, now being so isolated around the world, and Netanyahu now being indicted by the ICC for war crimes that they can't participate in commemorating the Holocaust. And to me, it just speaks to the tragic history of Israel. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, the Jewish people ended up emulating the practices in some ways of the Nazis. Gaza to me is a death camp. Of course, we have not seen, and we hopefully never will see, the industrial scale killings that we saw in the Holocaust. To me, there's nothing that rivals that. But Israel, with their supremacist ideology, with their actions in Gaza turning it into a death camp, has unfortunately emulated the Nazis that Israel was supposedly founded as a, to ensure never again. So there's something very tragic about that.
Stephen Temis says, great to see Aaron. And Samuel Maroney says, let's face it, is the two-state solution really still possible today with almost 1 million colonists in the West Bank? Israel would face a civil war. Your thoughts?
Well, what's the alternative? And again, why should we accept the presence of these illegal Jewish supremacist settlers who come from places like where I am now, Brooklyn, New York, on what the world recognizes to be Palestinian land? Israel is a state. Again, I don't think it's a just state. I don't think Israel has the right to exist. I think it's proven that with its actions. It's a supremacist state, and just like apartheid South Africa, I don't think it should exist. But the fact is, it does exist. It has recognized borders. Nobody recognizes Israel's borders as extending to the occupied West Bank. So the best compromise for me is to accept what Palestinian leaders have already accepted, including in Hamas. People like Ismail Haniyeh have already accepted this, a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, which means that Palestinians just get a tiny sliver of what their land is, 22%, which means no illegal settlers in the West Bank. And look, if Israel's top sponsor, the U.S., stopped giving it all this unconditional support and basically said, we're not going to back you up until you remove all these settlers. And if the Israeli army withdrew from the West Bank, would these settlers stay there? If they did, if they're that fanatic to stay, then that's their problem. And if Israel has a civil war over it, that's their problem. But the alternative is this occupying power continues as it is, terrorizing people in the West Bank, destroying Gaza, making it unlivable. that's not tenable either. So if Israel has to have a civil war over it, and if illegal Jewish settlers in the West Bank have to have a tough time leaving, that's their problem. They have no right to be there.
Sparky says, Aaron, it's said people are like the 5 people they hang around the most. Does this offset or negate the friends close, enemies closer theory in Trump's administration?
I don't quite follow. What's the point here? Am I supposed to think that because Trump has some decent people, like, or some reasonable people like Tulsi Gabbard around him, that yeah. Well, look,
maybe things will get better.
I mean, hey, listen, it's certainly better than what he had in his first term. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo. Right now, there is more heterodox thinking inside his cabinet. RFK Jr. comes from the Democratic Party. So does Tulsi Gabbard. That does show that there is at least some diversity inside of his cabinet. Will that translate into changes in policy? I mean, we'll have to see. We'll see after Tulsi Gabbard gets confirmed.
Sparky says, Aaron, President Trump's been propagandized his entire life, so it's not likely to go against Israel. If he realizes the extent of the genocide, saving Israel from itself may be the best we can expect.
Again, I don't know what's in Trump's mind on Israel, but I know who he hangs out with. He got a lot of money from Mary Mandelson. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has openly talked about, long before Trump did, expelling Palestinians. That's who I think he listens to on this issue, and that's why I don't think we'll see any change in policy.
And Sparky says, Aaron, tell Max and Katie to get on the Duran. By the way, tell Katie I said hello. Tells for Sparky. Commander Crossfire asks, Greater Israel before the end of Trump term? ?
Well, again, let's hope not. Certainly, I think there are people in the Trump camp who would love that. I mean, look who he's appointed. Mike Huckabee, evangelical, fanatic, says Palestinian people don't even exist. That's what they'd like to have happen. The thing they're all discounting, though, is the Palestinians are a very resilient people. I've experienced this firsthand, having visited the West Bank and Gaza. They're a very resilient people. And as we've seen now with those images of people returning to what's left of their homes, this is their land. They're very connected to it. And they're not going to just take all this lying down. I will say, though, it's very difficult right now. Just obviously, to me, the fault lies with Israel, the occupying power, and its U.S. sponsor. But within the Palestinian movement, it's very hard for a national liberation movement to begin with, but especially when you're so divided. You have Gaza destroyed, Hamas in charge of what's left of Gaza, and then you have the West Bank, which is ruled by this corrupt, ineffective, compromised Palestinian Authority. And until we see a Palestinian leadership emerge that can unite everybody, we're going to have problems. And that's one of the reasons Hamas, one of their top demands when they, captured people on October 7th, they wanted the freedom of Marwan Barghouti, who's not Hamas at all. He's actually traditionally associated with Fatah, which is part of the PLO. But they wanted him released because they recognize that he's someone who has the rare credibility among all factions inside the Palestinian camp, who actually could unite Palestinians. And that's one of the reasons why Israel doesn't want to let him go, doesn't want to free him, is because they see him as an effective leader. He's actually talked about nonviolence. He's talked about accepting the two-state solution. This is a nightmare for Israel, which always wants to use the excuse of, Palestinian extremism as represented by Hamas to refuse to end the occupation, to give up its legal settlements. So a major issue is the division among Palestinians, and that's accentuated by Israel, which has done everything it can to divide Palestinians, including by physically separating the West Bank and Gaza, so that there's no exchange, that there's no free travel between the two, and to turn this movement, this already isolated national liberation movement, into an even more fragmented entity. And under those conditions, it's very difficult for a people to find their freedom.
All right, 2 more for Aaron. Colorado Watch says Trump wants to buy Gaza with our tax dollars from Israel, who doesn't own Gaza.
Yes.
America is back.
Yes.
And one more question. Where is it? Here we go. From Sparky. Aaron, General Kellogg believes human waves of North Korean GMO super soldiers are attacking Ukrainian soldiers with shovels. Doesn't this discredit Kellogg? Shouldn't Max drop by the White House and let Trump know?
Alexander, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, because you followed this closer than I have. You had this claim from the U.S. that North Koreans are fighting side by side with Russia against Ukraine, and then that claim has kind of disappeared a little bit. What happened to it?
And now Zelensky's trying to revive it again. He says that they left another. They're coming back. This is it makes one's head spin. As far as I am concerned, I haven't seen any actual physical, indisputable evidence that there are North Koreans actually fighting in the way that have been described in this area in Kursk region. Maybe there have been some, but certainly I suspect not on anything like the scale that is being suggested. Now, there is a connection between Russia and North Korea. The Russians have been importing heavy artillery from North Korea. This is indisputable. They have been training North Korean soldiers, and the Russian ambassador to North Korea has now confirmed that Russian soldiers who've recovering from injuries have been sent on holidays and to recuperate in North Korean sanatoria. So there is a relationship between North Korea and Russia. But I don't believe that this is a fundamental part of the war. And I don't really think that the North Korean army is involved in any significant way in the fighting in Kursk. I think if it had been, we would have seen evidence of it. To me, the fact that Kellogg is again giving weight to this story shows that he's basically out of his depth. He's not somebody who really has a proper understanding of what is needed in order to really negotiate a compromise with the Russians. He doesn't understand how the Russians are approaching this war, and he's talking to the wrong people.
And what was this story ultimately? It was an excuse for Biden to let Ukraine launch these long-range missiles into Russia. That's what the official story was when Biden suddenly changed his mind at the end of his administration and said, okay, fine, Ukraine, you can use our missiles to fire into Russia. The official reason was that it's because North Korea had entered the conflict. So it was so obviously a manufactured or inflated pretext, when really actually the New York Times had an article where they acknowledged that administration officials in the Biden administration, because Trump won the election, they assessed that Putin was less likely to escalate if we finally let Ukraine fire these missiles. So what they were acknowledging was that this had nothing to do with North Korea, but this was a purely political move, that because Biden's camp lost the election, that there was less likely the chance of an escalation if they let Ukraine fire these missiles. Completely cynical. And this excuse of blaming North Korean troops was just one more ruse by a desperate Biden administration that fueled this war and refused all reasonable steps to end it.
I agree. I think that's exactly right.
Yep. Commander Crossfire asks Aaron, Arab peacekeepers in Gaza, why not still?
Sure, I would take any solution that removes Israel and that ends the siege of Gaza. I mean, again, remember, even before Israel began its mass murder campaign in Gaza, the UN was warning that within a few years, Gaza would be unlivable because of the Israeli blockade that's been going on for a very, very long time. So any solution that could put an end to that, I would support.
And before we let Aaron go, Sparky says, Aaron, how can we get President Trump to stop wasting his time watching TV news and instead watch the Duran and the Gray Zone?
My sense of Trump is he doesn't have the attention span to watch the Duran or the Gray Zone because, we present actual information. But I do know, there are people in the Trump camp who at least watch the Duran. And hopefully some of the insight that they can pick up from you guys will make its way back to Trump.
Aaron Massey, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, Alex, you said that there's...
No, I was just going to say this has been a great show. Thank you, Aaron,
it has,
very
absolutely.
much for joining us. And one more time, Aaron, before you go, where can people find you?
Again, go to thegrayzone.com. My Substack is aaronmate.net and usefulidiots.podcast.com.
And I will have all those links as a pinned comment as well. Thank you, Aaron, for joining us.
A real pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron.
All right, Alexander.
Oh, that was a great show.
That was a great show.
Oh, absolutely. No, I've been energized. I've been energized by it.
All right. Let me find my place here. 1 second, Alexander. Here's a question from Sparky as I find my place that just came in. Turkey has a lot to chew with Oh man, I lost it. Turkey has a lot to do with Syria, with Turkish army peacekeepers helping to abide time. Can they make deals with local governments who've run Syria for a few years anyway to stitch together a colonial government?
Well, I've heard, and I've heard it said now from several sources. I mean, including Professor Marandi from Iran, who's got contacts in Turkey, including contacts in Erdogan's party, that Turkey is now having big buyer's remorse over the fact that they've overthrown Assad and basically have find themselves owning Syria. I don't think the Turks can do this. I don't think they have the resources. I don't think they have the local knowledge. I don't think they have the influence. And I don't think people in Syria terribly like them, by the way, which is a thing that people underestimate. But I think that there's a lot of hostility to Turkey in Syria. This is what I've heard from people who know Syria quite well. So I think that the Turkey, Erdogan, are going to have a massive trouble on their hands. And there's been more articles, by the way, recently in Britain, even in the British media, which finally have acknowledged that both the economic and the security situation in Syria has deteriorated significantly since Assad's overthrow. So Erdogan is now going to send his troops into Syria, and I think he's going to find that it's a quagmire, and I think he's also going to find that the instability and the violence which they will provoke by coming into Syria, there's a risk that he could spread to Turkey as well.
All right, from Nikos, who says, Nikos says, here to be fair, Duran, I'll criticize Trump. He still threatens Russia, not recognizing the 4 oblasts, and he has taken ownership of Project Ukraine. My view is that he sees Russia is exhausted, as Dima has shown. Yes, Ukraine has losses, but they have an endless amount of people to exhaust Russia. So we see Ukraine gaining more territory in Kursk and catching the Russians in a cauldron in Pakrovsk. What is your assessment of the battlefield? And can Trump bring peace, or should I give up hope?
Well, I like and listen to Dima. I think of him as a friend, but I don't always agree with his assessments. I mean, I remember back in August when the Ukrainians first entered into Kursk. I mean, it was all going to be a sweeping, tremendous, victorious offensive, and it turned out otherwise. My understanding of the Kursk offensive, the latest one, the one that the Ukrainians launched a couple of days ago in Kursk region, is that it was a complete and utter disaster. I think even Dima is now admitting as much, that if far from gaining territory, they were thrown back, they lost huge numbers of equipment, large numbers of men, and that it failed horribly. And as for Pakrovsk, I mean, I think what is being talked about here is this little village of Kotlino, which is to the southwest of Pakrovsk. The Ukrainians have launched some counterattacks in that general area. There's been various people who've made all kinds of adjustments on the maps and have suggested that the Russians might be having logistical difficulties. I've heard this story in this war so many times, in so many other instances. I've also been reading reports from the Russian media, and they will say the same thing, that these attacks carried out by the Ukrainians in apparently small penny packets ultimately failed, and that they've run their course and that they have not been successful. So I don't buy this view about the military situation. I mean, you know, Dima has his views. I have mine. I'm quite confident about mine. And I don't think that he's right on, certainly on the Prokhorovsk situation. As for what Trump is going to try to do over Ukraine, I'm going to say this. I don't think he owns Project Ukraine yet. And if he really is speaking to Putin, I think that is perhaps a good thing. And he has been trying to row back. I mean, he's just said that, you know, Ukraine might one day become Russian again, which is, I'm not saying that's going to happen, by the way, but it seems to be an admission that the Russians do have the initiative in the war. So I don't think he's made any definite commitments. I don't think he's worked out his plan. I agree completely with Aaron on this, by the way. I think that he hasn't taken ownership of this. I think, on the contrary, probably what's happening is that he's given Kellogg his chance. Kellogg is fumbling it, and then when it's all over, Trump will do what we on the Duran always said that he should do: tell the Europeans, you own it, you take it over from now on. The United States has other things to do.
With one difference, Alexander, going off of Trump's interview with Bret Baier on Fox News, he is now saying, I want my money back. I want the US's money back.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which is ominous for Ukraine, by the way, because of course they can't pay it back. So the fact that he's talking in that way is another reason for thinking that he's not going to invest any more money in this project.
And on your video, you made a good point. Last week, not even last week, a couple of days ago, he was saying, I want the rare earth minerals going forward for future weapons payments and security. Yesterday, he said, I want the rare earth minerals to pay us back for past weapons and money given. He's completely changed the narrative on that.
Exactly. In again, in a way that should be very alarming for Zelensky and the people around him in Ukraine.
Think of it in Trump terms, the way he thinks. It's a businessman saying, you know what? We put money into this venture. It didn't work out. Now I'm going to you guys, the people that we gave the money to. I want you guys to pay me back.
Exactly.
And then I'll be on my way.
Exactly.
That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yes.
Anyway, Commander Crossfire says religion is too easily thrown around as the problem in the Mideast. The Arabs aren't calling jihad. The Israelis are simply fascists. Religion, probably the only thing keeping the region from going boom. And Russia. And Russia is strong. And Russia is strong.
Probably. I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert on the theologies of the Middle East, but I think you're probably right about this. I am sure that there are many different people with many different views about religious matters. You find fanatics on all sides, and you certainly find them in the Middle East. But I'm fully prepared to accept and go along with those who say that fanaticism is a product of the conditions rather than of the underlying faiths. But as I said, I'm not an expert in the theologies, so if people want to push back, they're at liberty to do that. But that's my instinctive view.
Matthew says, I watched both Duran videos today. Surely the Baltics cannot be preparing to go to war with Russia. Can America prevent this? Does it want to?
I don't think they are preparing to go to war with Russia. My point in my program is that some people in Russia are saying, why are you doing this? Why are you cutting yourself off from reliable electricity? Why are you talking about closing your borders? All of this you're saying at precisely the same time as this talk about seizing Russian ships in the Baltic Sea. Is this a sign that something is being prepared in the Baltics? It's entirely understandable, given all that has happened over the last 3 years, that people in Russia are talking in that way, and they're listening to the rhetoric that's coming out of Brussels and, of course, out of the Baltic capitals, and they're putting 2 and 2 together, and perhaps they're making 5, but you can't be surprised that they are.
Christopher, thank you for that super sticker. Dimitra says, thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work. Zariel says, Aaron, her name is Hillary Shillington. From Locals, Alexander, 1 second. From My Info says, Aaron, why did Hamas hold Thai citizens for 400 days? Why? Maybe you could answer that.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can answer those questions. I mean, they went in, they took hostages. These person was there. By the way, they're also holding Russian citizens too. Just saying.
OG Wall says, good evening. Arcane Eclectic says, please hit the like button, everybody. Yes. Kevin Dwan, thank you for that super sticker. Sir Muggs Game says, Shelley's poem, England 1819, Brutal Critique, describes today rulers who neither see nor feel nor know, but leech-like to their fainting country cling till they drop, blind in blood without a blow.
Shelley is an exceptional poet, a very political poet, by the way, a most remarkable man and one of the great romantic poets. And I think that's a very profound and insightful statement. He is, as far as I'm concerned, by the way, the greatest of the romantic poets. Some people prefer Keats, but I've always been a Shelley fan myself. Just saying.
Commander Crossfire says, everyone knew about USAID. I worry for what comes next.
Everybody knew, but not to the degree that we do now. It's still astonishing. You know, the thing about USAID is that I think it's fair to say that Alex and I and all the sort of people who you probably see, I mean, certainly Aaron, we all knew what he was up to. But even then, perhaps we didn't know quite how much. Some of the things that have been going on, the amounts of money that have been spread around the world, as I said, the university departments, the media outlets, all of them, you know, repeating each other. It has been incredible. And again, coming back to what we were saying on the program, let's not get too obsessed at the moment with what Elon Musk's objectives and motives are. Maybe he's, by the way, acting entirely from principle and for good reasons, and I don't exclude that. But let's focus instead on what we're learning, and what we're learning is astonishing. That, you know, that they're funding rappers in Bangladesh in order to overthrow the government there, which they managed to do, by the way. That is incredible.
Yeah, I also want to say that knowing something and then actually seeing it is quite incredible. I mean, everyone knew, absolutely, but to actually see it,
absolutely,
it has a whole different dimension to what's been going on.
It does have a different dimension, and it does also, of course, you know, give you confidence in your own assessments if you're proved right. And wow, have we been proved right?
Yeah. Sparky says, Aaron, Matt, or Falia should put together a video including the clip of Huckabee literally expressing his hope for the apocalypse in his lifetime, as well as clips from Hegseth et al. For President Trump.
Yeah. Well,
thank you for that, Sparky.
Thank you for that. I mean, I have some hopes for Hegseth, actually. I mean, he's obviously a man on a journey, and he's now been given the Pentagon to run, which is a huge operation. Let's see what he comes up with.
Sir Bugs Game says, if Trump walks away from Ukraine, then the EU makes peace. Macron gets a Nobel Peace Prize. Trump strokes out in the Oval Office.
I think if Macron gets a Nobel Peace Prize, then one can definitely say that satire has ended. I mean, that really would be completely absurd. But no, seriously, if America pulls out of Ukraine, which I think is going to happen, by the way, I think in some way, in some form, in some shape, at some point over the next 3 months, 4 months, whatever, America will be out of Ukraine. I like Aaron. I cannot imagine Trump going back to Congress and asking for more money. What Alex said on one of the programs that we did, how can he ask for money given what Elon Musk and others are saying about, and Zelensky are saying about how much money was embezzled? $100 billion lost. They're going to go back and ask Congress for more, so that more of it can be embezzled. I mean, that isn't. I mean, realistically, that isn't going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, at some point, the Europeans are going to be left with this. Some of them are so invested in this project, and some of them, to say it bluntly, are so stupid that they will try and continue it by themselves, and they will sabotage all attempts at peace, and there will be a military outcome, and the Russians will be left dictating terms. If I have to make a guess as to where this is going, this is where it is going.
Yeah. Colorado Watch says, keep up the great work, Duran. You are invaluable. Thank you. Thank you, Colorado Watch, for that. And from Commander Crossfire, is the fear of China legit? China will pass the U.S. soon.
I don't think it is legit in the sense that I don't think that the Chinese have, a project to take over the world. I think they have many, many issues and problems and concerns of their own related to China, and I think that that's probably their primary focus. Many Chinese point out that anyway, this kind of global expansion project that some people attribute to them is fundamentally out of tune with the traditions of Chinese society. And whenever I've discussed, I said, well, you're talking about the traditions of your society. Can that really apply to the government? What they say to me is simply this: the government in a country like China cannot ultimately go too far against the traditions, because the people it wants to use it to send around the world would be Chinese themselves, and they would not really support a projects of that kind. So I personally think a deal can be done. I think that the United States and China can eventually find a point of, coexistence with each other. I don't think they'll be friends, but I don't think they need to be enemies.
Zariel says Biden admin gave Russia to China. Well done, Brandon.
True enough.
Toronto Brad says respect free speech from Canada. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Toronto Brad, for that. Absolutely. John Flanders says, does anyone really think that the U.S. military will behave like the IDF?
I don't think that. Well, I'm not going to try and guess. Actually, I mean, I was going to say that I don't think they would. I think if things like that ever were to happen, I think there would be big opposition in America. I think there'd be a lot of people in America who would protest against it, as happened, with the My Lai massacre and all that in Vietnam. So I think there would be a backlash, but I'm not going to say more because I don't want to assume things before they happen.
Humming Pylon says, is Trump trying to divide Russia and China? If so, how?
Well, I think he is. I think that's always been the plan. I think if you go back to the first Trump term, I think the original idea, which was partly, I think, Steve Bannon's, was make up with Russia to break up this, rivalry with China, play up the fact that the Russians and the Chinese have not always been friends, pull Russians back towards the West, see whether you can build good relations with them. And then, of course, that couldn't happen because of Russiagate. And then Biden came along. And then there was a completely different idea: defeat the Russians in Ukraine, engineer regime change there, smash Russia, bring back Yeltsin, Yeltsin to whoever that was, Navalny maybe. And that will cause policy to change, and that will break the Russian-Chinese axis. And that has clearly failed. And now I think Trump might be attempting a sort of weaker version of the Bannon plan of the first term, improve relations with Russia, stabilize the situation in Europe, at least find some way that way to get the Americans out of Europe, out of their commitments to Europe, so that they can focus on the Indo-Pacific instead. So I think there are all these things. My own view is the better way is to pursue simultaneously détente, not friendship. That's lost now. But some kind of détente with the Russians and some kind of détente with the Chinese, based on tough-minded, pragmatic realism. I think that is possible with both countries. I think they each have considerable issues that they need to sort out internally, and I think they would welcome it. But, well, we'll see what Trump and his people manage.
Peter Collins says, who will take the power in Syria?
Well, I'll tell you who has it now. Erdogan does. Nobody should be fooled about about al-Jilani. He is not the real leader of Syria. I mean, he maybe called himself President Shara, but at most he is Erdogan's viceroy in Damascus. That is all he is. So Erdogan runs Syria at the moment, but I think he's going to find it more and more difficult. And I don't think that there is any clear way back for Syria. And I have to say this: I think that putting this all together again, recreating the Syrian state as it existed before 2011, is now going to be all but impossible, at least in any short-term future.
Sir Muggs Game says, genesis of Mossad was circa 1930s Istanbul. Turkey and Israel have been close ever since, very close. Gola and Vrakiklos. 'Tis a pity. Two fine, upstanding nations will soon be at each other's throats.
Well, they might be. I mean, don't assume that simply because Erdogan makes great speeches and addresses vast crowds and says all sorts of things about Israel that he really means it. Just saying. I would not be surprised if they do a deal of some kind eventually. I would not be surprised at all.
Yeah, Erdogan's always making all kinds of deals. Absolutely. Toronto Brad says Ben Doritas did Gonzalo dirty.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, what happened to Gonzalo was terrible, and the more we learn, the more terrible it looks. And I'm afraid the more terrible the State Department looks. Just saying.
Yeah. Sir Buzzgame says, Alex, don't worry about Vance beating Zelensky. Vance has powerful hillbilly antibodies that can destroy the Zelensky curse and Zelensky's cooties. Thank you for that, Sir Buzzgame. Demon Jump says, good day, gentlemen. Keep up the just fight. Sadaman says, is there a brain dead university everybody goes to?
Good question. I cannot begin to discuss the realities of the university sector, the university sectors in Europe, Britain, the United States, and what has been going on there in the last 20 years. It's a painful subject, and I'm not going to talk about it, because if I did, I might start saying things that, well, might cause problems. Just saying.
Commander Crossfire says, is that the Ethiopian flag? I think it is. The second biggest recipient of USAID. Threat to BRICS?
Well, possibly. Who knows? Is it Egypt or Ethiopia?
Ethiopia.
It is
the second biggest.
I think it could be a threat to BRICS. Actually, I mean that the United States has had a very, very long history of involvement in Ethiopia. So did Britain, by the way, but so has Russia. Just saying. The Russians were the major allies of Ethiopia in the 19th century. In fact, many people don't know, by the way. So, we'll see. But yes, of course, it's a threat to BRICS. And there will be concerns about this. And people in Moscow and Beijing will be asking questions. And they'll be asking questions of their Ethiopian friends. My sense is that they have it under control in Ethiopia for the moment, at least.
Sparky says China foments harmony, the West foments chaos.
Well, that's the Chinese. The Chinese often say that, of course. Harmony is a very important word in Chinese, just to say.
Life of Brian says segments on the left are photo negatives of Ben Shapiro. Israel, Palestine dominates their judgment.
I think that's true.
Sir Mug's Game says Xi Jinping has the mandate from heaven and makes the hearts of the middle makes the hearts of the Middle Kingdom sing, sing, sing.
Well, I wouldn't go quite to those lengths. I mean, the mandate of heaven and all that. Basically, that kind of thinking and philosophy went out of the window in 1911 when the last emperor abdicated. So I don't think that the Chinese government of today thinks in those terms. Just so.
Sparky says Turkey has a lot to chew with Syria, with Turkish army peacekeepers helping to abide time. Can they make deals with local governments who've run Syria for a few years anyway to stitch together a colonial government?
I think I've already answered that, but I don't think they do. Yeah. I don't think they know how to do it. I don't think they know the people on the ground well enough. And I think that conversely, in Syria itself, they are too well known. The very fact that they were the former imperial overlord makes many people in Syria very antagonistic to them.
Sir Musgame says, if you want to be creeped out to the max, check out Trump's Pastor Paula White, who talks in tongues and makes Miriam Adelson look like Yasser Arafat. Wow. I think I've seen that video of the Pastor Paula White. I think I know what you're talking about, Sir Musgame. Yeah,
I haven't.
Yeah. Nico says, Lisa with Love, the Russian vlogger I mentioned, showcasing life in Russia, is going to North Korea. I'll watch this journey and the actual facts about North Korea.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to discuss North Korea, the North Korean situation. I've been hearing all kinds of things about North Korea for many, many, many years, and I haven't been there, and I don't expect I will go to North Korea myself. The Russians at the moment are having a big bromance with North Korea. It's suddenly the country that's become a friend, and it's not difficult to understand why, because Kim Jong-un has taken such a strong position supporting Russia over the special military operation. And that's made many, many Russians very, very favorably inclined towards North Korea. But whether that provides an objective view of its realities, I'm not able to say.
Death Dealer 1341 says, great show as always.
Mm.
Sparky says, make Ukraine Russia again. Don't leave a rump state called Ukraine. At least it remains a NATO playground, a carpetbagger's money laundry, and a BlackRock property.
You made this point before, and with every single day that passes, with every single plan that people in the West bring up, peacekeepers, frozen conflicts, all of that sort of thing, the people in Russia who think like you there are more of them, and they become more determined to see that very outcome that you've described. So I think we have to, be prepared for that possibility. I don't think that was the Russian objective 3 years ago, but we are getting closer to the point when it might become that.
Seraphim Gulen says, can Trump actually make life difficult for Russia if he decides that he is not getting what he wants from Russia? Is Putin concerned by this at all?
Yeah, well, well, of course he's concerned, and of course the United States can make life difficult for Russia. I mean, there's an absolutely crazy idea floating around at the moment. It's admittedly an EU idea, apparently not an American one, of seizing Russian ships on the high seas. Ships carrying oil and all of that on the high seas. Straightforward piracy dressed up with various legal excuses. And that's just one thing that they could do. They could do all kinds of things that could trouble and cause the Russians problems. And of course, the Russians know all about that. Will that cause Russian policy in Ukraine to change? No. Can Russia respond to all of that? Yes, it can. Will Russia's friends split away for Russia because of these pressures? No, they won't. But to say that the Russians would welcome that kind of pressure, of course, wouldn't be true. The reason not to do it is not because the Russians aren't, thinking about it and aren't saying that this would be a problem for them. The reason not to do it is because the Russians would then respond with action of their own, probably in Ukraine, probably within their own society, probably on the high seas. If we seize their ships, they might start seizing ours. They've got a powerful navy and they have means to do it. They might start doing real damage to undersea cables. I mean, they haven't done it yet. Everybody now, well, officially that is acknowledged. If we get into that kind of game with a country like Russia, we're storing up enormous problems for ourselves, greater problems for ourselves than we can inflict on the Russians.
Yeah. The U.S. has made it hard on Russia already.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And look at what's happened. 4%
Absolutely.
GDP growth. So
4% GDP. Exactly, yes.
Alexander Podyachev says, I keep hearing that NATO will fall apart. Is there any truth to it?
Yes. At some point, everything ends. I mean, NATO will not be here forever. I think that's the first point to say. I think it is closer to a crisis than it has been at any point in its history. I always remember the comment that Alex made before the special military operation began, that if you wanted to choose a hill to die on, NATO had to choose a hill to die on. To choose Ukraine was the greatest idiocy. And that is what they did. And they might very well die on that hill.
Sparky says, in 3 years, Russia can hold referendums about remaining part of Russia in Western Ukraine. If needed, they can donate areas to neighboring countries as long as they don't call them Ukraine.
Well, they could do that, all of those things. Peskov today, in response to Trump's comments about Ukraine becoming Russian, he said, well, plenty of places in Ukraine want to become Russian. Of course, he's said, the 4 regions have already chosen to become Russian. But you seem to hold out the possibility that other places might want to become Russian too. Just saying.
Commander Crossfire says, "What's up with Georgia? No restoring ties with Russia."
Oh, I mean, I think there's been a big misunderstanding about the Georgia thing. I never got the sense that the Georgian government was pro-Russian. just to say, what it was that it wanted to avoid a war and to maintain good economic and commercial relations with Russia, which Georgia has. And then, of course, there was this extraordinary regime change attempt carried out in Georgia, which we now cost $40 million. I suspect it was really an awful lot more than that, by the way. And we're probably going to get the whole picture eventually. But for the moment, the situation in Georgia has stabilized. The government's interest will be to keep it that way and give it a year, 2 years' time. When the special military operation ends, perhaps, then the Georgians and the Russians can meet and they can have their discussions, and who knows what might come.
Klaus Botner says, "Ukraine must hold new elections. The solution is there."
Well, everybody says that, except Zelensky himself, who says it'd be entirely the wrong thing to do. Guess why?
Sir Mug's Game says, "Should have guessed, Alexander, you'd prefer Shelley over Keats. Pope's poem, The Dunciad, is a doozy that also describes current conditions in the UK."
A lot of people don't understand how much politics there is in English literature, by the way, particularly of that period.
Life of Brian says, "Scale of one."
I should say I like Pope also.
Life of Brian says, "Scale of 1 to 10, chances of Victoria Nuland. A, gave the order on Gonzalo. B, will be held to account for it."
Well, I don't know, and I don't want to make accusations which are not based on actual knowledge. I mean, that's my background, so I don't like to do that. If she did give some kind of, I don't suppose it was an order, but some kind of direction which played a role in what happened to Gonzalo, I will not be in the least bit surprised. I can very easily imagine it. Could she be held to account for it? This is where we've seen the great change that's happened in the United States now. A month ago, I would have said no. Today, I say possibly.
Who knows, yeah. And from Sparky, "Trains left the station on China-Russia friendship. President Trump should forget about splitting them. Also, he should learn BRICS has no plans for a currency after seeing failures of the euro."
I agree. I agree on both counts. Xi Jinping is going to Russia for the 9th of May celebrations. Putin is going to China for the Chinese victory celebrations in September. There's word that there will be another meeting between Putin and Xi over and above those two. This relationship is developing fast.
Yeah, and Colorado Watch says, "Interesting times. Grew up to see the U.S. peak and decline. People get fooled into thinking that prosperity was the natural order. Nope, just a cycle. Fortunate enough to see it peak."
People always forget about prosperity, that it must be worked for. Just saying. What happened in the United States was that the people who took over took all that wealth and prosperity that had been built up over many, many decades and even centuries of hard work. They took it for granted. You see that so often happen. Aristocracies everywhere do this. And this is unfortunately what's been happening to the United States.
It is a cycle. Very true. All right. Alexander, any final thoughts?
This has been an absolutely outstanding program. Absolutely outstanding program altogether. We are in extraordinary times. And again, just to make a point that I made before, don't worry too much about what plans Trump and Musk have about what they're doing in Washington. What they're doing is important, and the outcome is important too. And overall, it is very good. Just saying.
Well said. All right. Thank you to Aaron Mate for joining us. Once again, I will have his information where you can follow his work as a pinned comment down below. Thank you to everyone that watched us on Odyssey, on Rockfin, on Rumble, YouTube, and vduran.locals.com. And thank you to our moderators. Zarael, thank you. Peter, thanks. T. Jordan, thank you so much. And I think that's everybody that was moderating for today. And we will catch everybody tomorrow, right, Alexander?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
More videos. And
More
tomorrow, plug your
do
live
I
stream
do
on
my
Locals,
live stream on Locals, absolutely. 1400 hours EST, 1900 hours London time. Looking forward to meeting you all there.
Absolutely. Join Locals, and Alexander gives a great live stream on Locals. Real quick, Alexander, from Sir Mug's Game, Greek ship owners call it baptizing. Russian oil is baptized, cleansed of its sins, and now something else. Very well
Absolutely.
said.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, from oilprice.com, the price of gas in Europe is now higher than the price of oil, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, for the price of the equivalent price of gas and oil, gas for the first time ever costs more than oil, so that industrial users are now burning oil, which is a low flammable liquid, in place of gas, which is a high flammable gas. I mean, it is crazy. It is lunacy.
Good job, Ursula. Yeah, thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Annalena and Abek of the Green Party.
Absolutely.
Sparky says, I believe Gonzalo had a deal with the SBU. He was comfortable with that, was working, but the U.S. State Department overruled it.
I've never seen any evidence. I don't believe that was going on at all, actually.
All right. Anyway, thank you, Sparky, for that. Thank you to everybody. And we will see everybody tomorrow. And once again, theduran.locals.com to catch Alexander's live stream tomorrow. Take care.
Take care.
Your IP address. To find your IP address, I can guide you through a simple process. You can find your IP address by 1. Checking your network settings. You can do this by clicking on the network icon in your system tray, then clicking on Properties or Details to find your IP address. 2. Using a web search. You can search for "What is my IP" on a search engine like Google, and it will show you your public IP address. 3. Using the command line. You can open the command prompt or PowerShell on your Windows PC and type !ipconfig to find your IP address. Please let me know if you need more assistance. Unable to open. Opening. Hello, Alexander. How can I assist you today? Configuration de idioma entendido, Alexander. Aparta de. Ahora, solo hablaré en inglés en esta computadora. Si necesitas ayuda o tienes alguna pregunta, no dudes en preguntar. Recuerdo que puedes cambiar la configuración del idioma en cualquier momento si lo necesitas. ¿En qué puedo ayudarte hoy? Idioma configurado genial, Alexander. Puedo comunicar contigo en inglés o español. Según tus preferencias. Hay algo en lo que puedo ayudarte hoy. Puedes pedirme ayuda con alguna tarea, hacer una pregunta o simplemente charla. Estoy aquí para ayudarte. ¿Qué necesitas hoy? Puedes responder en inglés o español, como prefieras. No file or folder named Explorer was found. I am opening it. Opening.
Unable to close
Closing.
that window.
I'm functioning in text mode at the moment, Alexander. If you'd like to interact with me using voice commands, I can switch to voice mode. Would you like me to do that? You can mute my voice on your PC by using the text-to-speech settings. To do this, you can give me a voice command to mute my voice or disable the text-to-speech feature. Alternatively, you can also use the volume mixer on your PC to mute my voice. If you need more assistance, I can guide you through the process. To unmute my voice, you can use a voice command, such as unmute Brainer or enable text-to-speech. Alternatively, you can also use the volume mixer on your PC to unmute my voice. If you have disabled the text-to-speech feature, you can re-enable it by giving me a voice command to do so, such as enable text. You're all set, Alexander. If you have any other questions or need help with anything else, feel free to ask. I'm here to assist you. What's next? Would you like to dictate a document, transcribe an audio file, or perhaps generate an image? Or do you have something else in mind?
Is Tuesday, 11th February 2025, and as I make this program, there are serious doubts about whether the ceasefire in Gaza will survive the weekend or whether it might collapse. There are reports in the media, there have been reports for several days in the media, that Hamas has delayed the release of certain Israeli hostages. This has provoked fierce responses from Prime Minister Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump. There have been threats that unless all the hostages, the Israeli hostages, are released over the weekend, then the fighting in Gaza will resume. And of course, there are some people in Israel who no doubt want the fighting in Gaza to resume. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I am fully up to date with the story. I don't know why, for example, Hamas has apparently decided to postpone the release of some hostages. A few days ago, reports came through that the Israeli army had actually withdrawn from an important area in Gaza, which made it possible for Gazans to return to their shattered homes in the north of Gaza. So it looked at that time as if the ceasefire was not only holding, but as if the process that was agreed as part of the ceasefire was being implemented. What exactly has happened over the last couple of days, which has caused Hamas to change its stance, I am not clear. There are claims, I know, that Hamas is complaining that the Israelis have violated the ceasefire in some ways. Maybe they have done. Whether such violations would be sufficient to justify a decision to stop releasing hostages, well, that I don't know. But anyway, the ceasefire for the moment is in the balance. I'm just going to make two very quick observations. Firstly, if the ceasefire does break down, if fighting in Gaza resumes, if Israeli bombing resumes, then the global reaction will be deeply unfavorable. There'll be an awful lot of anger and frustration in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, further afield, that fighting in Gaza has resumed, and inevitably people are going to connect it with the recent comments by President Trump about relocation of the population from Gaza. This will happen irrespective of the issue of whether Hamas was or was not justified in its delay in releasing hostages. That is the first thing to say. The second thing I will say is that given that a year of fighting in Gaza has not destroyed Hamas, I'm not sure why anybody in Washington or Jerusalem or Tel Aviv believes that a resumption of fighting this time would destroy Hamas. It seems to me, again, another case of doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. And lastly, the third thing is that in the case of President Trump, the collapse of the ceasefire would be a significant embarrassment to him. After all, he engineered the ceasefire, the agreement of the ceasefire in the first place. He seems to have publicly committed himself to seeing the ceasefire implemented. If we go back to a situation of fighting and of war, it will be difficult to see this as anything other than a significant setback for him. I am going to make my own guess here, which is that over the next couple of hours, and despite all the thunder and the rhetoric that we are hearing, steps will be taken by all of the various parties to get the ceasefire back on track. Hamas probably does not want the fighting to resume. As far as it is concerned, it has come through a major Good day. Today is Tuesday, 11th February 2025, and as I make this program, there are serious doubts about whether the ceasefire in Gaza will survive the weekend or whether it might collapse. There are reports in the media, there have been reports for several days in the media, that Hamas has delayed the release of certain Israeli hostages. This has provoked fierce responses from Prime Minister Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump. There have been threats or whether it might collapse. There are reports in the media, there have been reports for several days in the media, that Hamas has delayed the release of certain Israeli hostages. This has provoked fierce responses from Prime Minister Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump. There have been threats that unless all the hostages, the Israeli hostages, are released over the weekend, then the fighting in Gaza will resume. And of course, there are some people in Israel who no doubt want the fighting in Gaza to resume. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I am fully up to date with the story. I don't know why, for example, Hamas has apparently decided to postpone the release of some hostages. A few days ago, reports came through that the Israeli army had actually withdrawn from an important area in Gaza, which made it possible for Gazans to return to their shattered homes in the north of Gaza. So it looked at that time as if the ceasefire was not only holding, but as if the process that was agreed as part of the ceasefire was being implemented. What exactly has happened over the last couple of days, which has caused Hamas to change its stance, I am not clear. There are claims, I know, that Hamas is complaining that the Israelis have violated the ceasefire in some ways. Maybe they have done. Whether such violations would be sufficient to justify a decision to stop releasing hostages, well, that I don't know. But anyway, the ceasefire for the moment is in the balance. I'm just going to make two very quick observations. Firstly, if the ceasefire does break down, if fighting in Gaza resumes, if Israeli bombing resumes, then the global reaction will be deeply unfavorable. There'll be an awful lot of anger and frustration in the Muslim world, in the Arab world, further afield, that fighting in Gaza has resumed, and inevitably people are going to connect it with the recent comments by President Trump about relocation of the population from Gaza. This will happen irrespective of the issue of whether Hamas was or was not justified in its delay in releasing hostages. That is the first thing to say. The second thing I will say is that given that a year of fighting in Gaza has not destroyed Hamas, I'm not sure why anybody in Washington or Jerusalem or Tel Aviv believes that a resumption of fighting this time would destroy Hamas. It seems to me, again, another case of doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. And lastly, the third thing is that in the case of President Trump, the collapse of the ceasefire would be a significant embarrassment to him. After all, he engineered the ceasefire, the agreement of the ceasefire in the first place. He seems to have publicly committed himself to seeing the ceasefire implemented. If we go back to a situation of fighting and of war, it will be difficult to see this as anything other than a significant setback for him. I am going to make my own guess here, which is that over the next couple of hours, and despite all the thunder and the rhetoric that we are hearing, steps will be taken by all of the various parties to get the ceasefire back on track. Hamas probably does not want the fighting to resume. As far as it is concerned, it has come through a major attack on itself and on Gaza intact. It can, with some truth, claim that this was a victory, and it has in fact claimed that victory. I wouldn't have thought that they would want to jeopardize that now, whatever Israeli ceasefire violations there might have been. So that's the first thing to say. And as far as the Americans are concerned, as far as Donald Trump himself is concerned, I think, for the reasons I've set out, that he almost certainly will not want to see the ceasefire collapse. Saying that the Americans and probably Hamas and other regional players will work hard to keep the ceasefire holding, or if it does collapse, to get it to be reinstated as soon as possible, is not, unfortunately, the same as saying that the ceasefire will not collapse and we will not be back in a state of conflict in Gaza. I'm afraid, whilst I think on balance that the ceasefire will survive for the reasons I've set out, I cannot be certain of this. Anybody who assumes in this very dangerous situation that the fighting will not restart all over again and that the whole conflict in Gaza could resume, anybody who assumes that, I'm afraid, is profoundly mistaken. One cannot make any assumptions of that kind in this conflict at all. I think, more likely than not, the ceasefire will hold, but I'm far from confident that it will. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say about the situation in the Middle East, in Gaza. I'm now going to return to the topic of my more recent programs, which is, of course, the conflict in Ukraine. And an awful lot is going on. And, of course, in this conflict, I'm afraid, is profoundly again, and that the whole assumptions at all, more likely that it will. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say about the situation in the Middle East, in Gaza. I'm now going to return to the topic of my more recent programs, which is, of course, the conflict in Ukraine. And an awful lot is going on. And I discussed yesterday, and indeed the day before, how the various attempts by the United States to, on the one hand, bribe, and on the other hand, bully the Russians, or at least intimidate them with threats of sweeping sanctions and economic war, and all of that, was guaranteed to be counterproductive. And I pointed out that the few indications that Donald Trump has given of what he claims are his telephone calls with President Putin. They suggest that Putin is in fact taking a strong line, insisting that the four regions are Russian, and that this is not, for him, a topic for negotiation. This despite Trump's apparent surprise and exasperation at that response. And I also mentioned that yesterday, two senior Russian foreign ministry officials, Deputy Foreign Minister Galuzin and Ambassador to the United Nations Vasily Nebenzia, both of them made strong comments. The one saying that so far there'd been no real sign of any real progress from the Americans to end the conflict, that as far as the Russians could see, everything remained as it was. The Western powers continued to arm Ukraine. The fighting continued. There'd been some rhetoric, there'd been some changes in rhetoric, but overall nothing of substance had changed. That was what Galuzin said, and Nebenzia said. Deployment of peacekeepers in Ukraine is a bizarre idea.
Text-to-speech has been disabled, Alexander. I'll respond in text format only from now on. What can I help you with today?
Or deploy peacekeepers is the UN Security Council, and the UN Security Council, of course, includes Russia. Russia has, therefore, a veto over deployment of peacekeepers, and if peacekeepers are deployed in any conflict zone without the authorization of the UN Security Council, they go there as combatants, and by implication, that means, in the case of Ukraine, that they would be exposed to military reaction by the Russians.
Text-to-speech has been enabled. I'll now be able to read out text to you. By the way, Alexander, the current time is still 4:23 a.m. on Wednesday, February 12, 2025.
Yesterday, an even more senior Russian official spoke, and this was Sergei Ryabkov, who is another Russian deputy foreign minister, perhaps the most senior one, though I'm not going to pretend I am fully informed about the hierarchy within the Russian foreign ministry. But certainly Ryabkov does seem to be a very senior person. I've seen it suggested by people who perhaps do have the inside knowledge of these things that they claim they have, that when the veteran foreign minister Sergei Lavrov does eventually step down, Ryabkov is in pole position to take his place. Possible. Anyway, I would say about Ryabkov that, putting that rumour aside, and it's only a rumour, he is somebody who does appear to be the foreign ministry's point man on many serious topics, especially relations with the Americans. And if there is ever a serious negotiation about Ukraine or about the general security situation in Europe, as the Russians wish, I would expect Ryabkov. I think it is highly likely that it would be Ryabkov who would act as Russia's chief negotiator. He will probably be the person against whom Kellogg, for example, will square off if or when Kellogg ever does eventually arrive in Moscow. Anyway, Ryabkov has spoken, and he spoke yesterday, and he spoke in very, very strong terms, and they're exactly the sort of terms that I would have expected. Now, the Russian Foreign Ministry has not provided a transcript of his comments, but this is a version of them which I have been provided and which I'm confident is accurate. We have already mentioned earlier that the Trump administration is creating at least a small window of opportunity for normalizing Russian-American relations. Whether the United States will take advantage of this chance depends solely and exclusively on them. The language of ultimatums, outrageous statements, attempts to tell us that we will be given a big favor in exchange for agreeing to obviously impossible demands, all this will not work in relations and in dialogue with Russia. And then Ryabkov went on to say the situation in the area of international security and strategic stability has deteriorated to an extremely dangerous level in recent years due to Washington's actions. The hegemonic aspirations of the United States have manifested themselves, amongst other things, in expansion into the post-Soviet space, in attempts to absorb Ukraine, which directly contradicts the previously repeatedly affirmed basic principle of indivisible security, which the West has also signed up to. Not to mention the fundamental contradiction of this course with the fundamental national interests of Russia. So those were Ryabkov's words, and I think it is useful, helpful, just briefly to unpack them. First of all, Ryabkov does recognize that there does seem to be at least an effort underway by some people in the United States, in the Trump administration, to achieve a genuine improvement in US-Russian relations, and perhaps to look for some way to settle the conflict in Ukraine. We have already mentioned earlier that the Trump administration is creating at least a small window of opportunity for normalizing Russian-American relations. But then Ryabkov went on to say, and said in detail, that the reason that relations are in the critical state which they are now in is because of action taken by the United States. The situation in the area of international security and strategic stability has deteriorated to an extremely dangerous level in recent years due to Washington's actions. And Ryabkov then goes on to say that it is entirely, therefore, for America to decide whether or not relations improve, and that the Russians expect the movement to come from the Americans and not from them. The fact that relations are bad is America's responsibility, and it is America's responsibility to improve them, and it is America, therefore, not Russia, that must show initiative on this question. Whether the United States will take advantage of this chance to improve relations depends solely and exclusively on them. So the Americans must not expect any concessions from the Russians. The Russians are not prepared to make the first move on any issue. It is for the Americans to come and to make proposals, and for the Russians then to consider them. And then come the most important words of all. The language of ultimatums, outrageous statements, attempts to tell us that we will be given a big favor in exchange for agreeing to obviously impossible demands. All this will not work in relations and in dialogue with Russia. So, threats of all-out economic war, in other words, the language of ultimatums and outrageous statements, that is not going to impress or intimidate the Russians. And attempts to tell us that we will be given a big favor in exchange for agreeing to obviously impossible demands. In other words, bribes offered to Russia, reconnection to SWIFT, repayment of the $300 billion that have been frozen, reconnection of the pipelines to Europe, all that kind of thing. That's not going to impress the Russians either. It's not going to buy them off. they're not going to agree to obviously impossible demands like deployment of peacekeepers, freezing of the conflicts, security guarantees that are a pathway to Ukraine's NATO membership in return for these bribes. Bribes which, as I have said, the Russians almost certainly don't believe would ever be paid anyway. So there we are. This is the Russian position. It's what Ryabkov has said. I don't have the slightest doubt that this has been discussed within the Kremlin and by Lavrov, the foreign minister. As I said, it is likely that if negotiations ever do take place, Ryabkov will be the chief negotiator on the Russian side, and we see clearly, straightforwardly, the stance that he is taking. Now, Lavrov himself, the foreign minister, has also spoken, but I have not yet been able to find a full transcript of his comments. But I gather that what Lavrov has again said is that the Russian position is well known, that is basically the position that was set out by Putin at his speech to the Russian Foreign Ministry Board in June of last year, that the Russians regard the whole conflict in Ukraine as a conflict that impinges on their vital and legitimate security interests, and that they are not prepared to make concessions in relation to those. So that is what I believe, in essence, Lavrov said, that when the Russian Foreign Ministry does publish his words, I might return to that topic in case, of course, it is slightly different from what I have just said. But Ryabkov has just publicly told the Americans, told the Trump administration, told Donald Trump himself what I am sure, if they did speak over the phone, Putin will also have said to Trump, that they're not going to be intimidated by threats of economic war, and they are not going to be bought by cynical bribes that they don't believe will ever be honoured. So there it is. It is exactly what I said would happen in previous programs. And just to add, Alex Christoforou and I have recently discussed this whole topic on the Duran, and you can see the video on the Duran where we have talked about this as well. The Russians almost certainly consider the threats of all-out economic warfare coming from the Americans to be a bluff, about which, by the way, they are almost certainly correct. And they have probably calculated and decided for themselves that if, contrary to all expectation, the Americans were to move forward with those threats, Russia has the means to respond and to absorb them, and the havoc that would be caused to the world economy would ultimately backfire on the United States and would end up benefiting Russia. That's the first thing. And as for the bribes, well, as I've said previously, I think that the Russians don't believe them. They don't believe that Donald Trump, who sought to block the Nord Stream pipeline, Nord Stream 2, and sanctioned it, will ever willingly agree to its repair and reconnection. They don't believe that the United States will ever agree to the transfer of gas by pipeline to Europe again. And as for things like SWIFT, reconnection to SWIFT, and the lifting of all of the other sanctions, well, the Russians have been looking at the economic data that their statistical agencies are providing them. They now note that in 2023, GDP growth in Russia was over 4%. They note that in 2024, GDP growth in Russia was also over 4%, perhaps higher still. They see that the economy continues to expand rapidly. And they also realize something which many people in the West simply don't seem to be able to get their heads around, that the major reason why growth in Russia is accelerating is precisely the response of the economy to the sanctions. The fact that gaps have opened in the economy which Russian businesses are filling. This is leading to a rise in production, a surge in production in Russia, involving now all sectors. It is causing an investment boom. The investment boom and the surge in production is inevitably running into bottlenecks. Those bottlenecks do result in higher inflation, but over time, as the supply issues are resolved, that inflation will start to abate, and the expectations are that in Russia that will begin to happen around the middle of this year. That may be optimistic, but I think that sums up the mood in Moscow. So, given that this is so, why would the Russians want to reconnect to SWIFT, for example, or reconnect their entire financial system? They now note that in 2023, GDP growth in Russia was over 4%. They note that in 2024, GDP growth in Russia was also over 4%, perhaps higher still. They see that the economy continues to expand rapidly. And they also realize something which many people in the West simply don't seem to be able to get their heads around, that the major reason why growth in Russia is accelerating is precisely the response of the economy to the sanctions. The fact that gaps have opened in the economy which Russian businesses are filling. This is leading to a rise in production, a surge in production in Russia, involving now all sectors. It is causing an investment boom. The investment boom and the surge in production is inevitably running into bottlenecks. Those bottlenecks do result in higher inflation, but over time, as the supply issues are resolved, that inflation will start to abate, and the expectations are that in Russia that will begin to happen around the middle of this year. That may be optimistic, but I think that sums up the mood in Moscow. So, given that this is so, why would the Russians want to reconnect to SWIFT, for example, or reconnect their entire financial system to SWIFT? I was reading an article in a Russian newspaper just yesterday about how one of the reasons why there is this investment boom in Russia is because as a result of the disconnection of Russia from SWIFT, because as a result of all of the other sanctions, Russian money, Russian profits cannot be sent abroad and invested in Western countries. So Russian oligarchs, Russian businessmen, middle-class Russians who used to put their money in property in London or Paris or New York, who used to buy shares on the American and British stock markets, they are now obliged to keep their money in Russia, where it is propelling the investment boom and causing the economy to grow. Why would Putin and his officials want to end that when it is working so well for them, when it is delivering 4% plus annual growth? So there it is. The approach that Kellogg and Waltz are taking is not having the effect that they perhaps assumed it would. All that it has done is cause the Russians to have questions about the real sincerity and purpose of American motives, and if anything, to harden their positions, which is exactly what we said on the Duran, Alex Christoforou and I, would happen, and what has been said in the various programs I have done on this channel. Now, I hope that this is understood, at least by some people in Washington, that there is at least some grasp that the approach taken over the last couple of days, or maybe weeks, the attempt to threaten and bribe the Russians, was never going to achieve a good outcome. I hope that this has been finally understood, and that a different tack is now going to be taken. There is some indications that at least the most important person of all, the president himself, Donald Trump, does have some sense of this. He's made a number of rather interesting moves, though it's and comments, though it is always very difficult to judge how serious these comments are intended to be. Firstly, he republished on Truth Social Vladimir Putin's comment to Pavel Zarubin about the fact that Trump is certain, through force of personality and authority, and because of the power of the United States, to get the European powers to basically swing behind him on any issue, even if that totally contradicts their previous positions and their previous statements about him. About that, by the way, Putin is absolutely right, and one sees indications of this from the stance of the British government, for example, and the behaviour of the newly appointed British ambassador to the United States, to Washington, Peter Mandelson, who's gone from being a stern critic of Donald Trump to becoming his most enthusiastic fan and supporter, all in the space of a few weeks. Just saying. So anyway, Trump has reposted those comments of Putin, and he's done so in ways that... Now, I hope that this is understood, at least by some people in Washington, that there is at least some grasp that the approach taken over the last couple of days, or maybe weeks, the attempt to threaten and bribe the Russians, was never going to achieve a good outcome. I hope that this has been finally understood, and that a different tack is now going to be taken. There is some indications that at least the most important person of all, the president himself, Donald Trump, does have some sense of this. He's made a number of rather interesting moves, though it's and comments, though it is always very difficult to judge how serious these comments are intended to be. Firstly, he republished on Truth Social Vladimir Putin's comment to Pavel Zarubin about the fact that Trump is certain through force of personality and authority and because of the power of the United States to get the European powers to basically swing behind him on any issue, even if that totally contradicts their previous positions and their previous statements about him. About that, by the way, Putin is powers to basically states to get the European powers to basically swing behind him on any issue, even if that totally contradicts their previous positions and their previous statements about him. About that, by the way, Putin is absolutely right, and one sees indications of this from the stance of the British government, for example, and the behaviour of the newly appointed British ambassador to London, to the United States, to Washington, Peter Mandelson, who's gone from being a stern critic of Donald Trump to becoming his most enthusiastic fan and supporter, all in the space of a few weeks. Just saying. So anyway, Trump has reposted those comments of Putin, and he's done so in ways that suggest approval and agreement with what Putin has said. And obviously, one could argue that Putin was making a kind of compliment to Donald Trump when he said those things. But in a further sense, Trump himself is making a compliment to Putin by republishing Putin's comments about himself. So that's one thing. The other thing was that Trump gave a very interesting, or well, it might be interesting. He gave an interview to Fox in which he said some curious things about Ukraine and about Russia. He brought up again the topic of Ukraine's mineral wealth. And he said that perhaps Ukraine will one day be Russian, or perhaps not. But one way or the other, the United States should work to get its money back. And it needs to get back $500 billion. And the way to do that is apparently through extracting Ukraine's mineral riches. Very curious comments, and again, to stress, one can never be completely sure how seriously or literally to take them. But they do suggest that Trump, at some level, perhaps after speaking with Putin, perhaps after noticing the Russian reaction, the very strong Russian reaction to the threats and the bribes, has come to understand that these are not people that can be easily intimidated or pushed around, and that given that the war is going Russia's way, that might mean that sooner or later the Russians are going to prevail in the war and that Ukraine will pass fully under their control. I've always got the impression that Donald Trump is one of those people who often likes to start a course of dealing by making threats and, if you like, bribes, and uses them as a test to see how the other side is going to respond. If he senses weakness or uncertainty or doubt on the part of the other side, or alternatively, if he senses temptation, which is, of course, another type of weakness, well, then he maneuvers to take advantage. But if he meets a strong and confident rebuff, then he does go away and think it through, and perhaps, if I go to be fair to Trump, acquires a further respect for his potential partner and perhaps present adversary. So there could be some element of this in these comments and in the posting on Truth and, if you like, bribes, and uses them as a test to see how the other side is going to respond. If he senses weakness or uncertainty or doubt on the part of the other side, or alternatively, if he senses temptation, which is, of course, another type of weakness, well, then he maneuvers to take advantage. But if he meets a strong and confident rebuff, then he does go away and think it through, and perhaps, if I go to be fair to Trump, acquires a further respect for his potential partner and perhaps present adversary. So there could be some element of this in these comments and in the posting on Truth Social, that having dealt with Putin, having spoken to Putin, having seen the Russian reaction to the various threats and proposals that were made, having seen the Russians stick firmly to their position, Trump has gone away, not angry, as some people expected, or offended, but with a sense of respect for the strength of the other side, this negotiating strength and firmness of the other side. And he's acknowledged that both by his publication of Putin's words about him on Truth Social and by his admission that possibly the outcome of this conflict could be that Ukraine will pass under Russian control again. Possible. The other point to say about these comments is that the issue of the mineral wealth in Ukraine is starting to shift, apparently, in Donald Trump's own mind. He's now no longer talking about the mineral wealth as paying the United States for future aid. Rather, he's talking about the mineral wealth being used to repay the money that the United States has already spent on Ukraine. He's essentially saying that this is the way we're going to retrieve our losses and avoid appearing fools. Now, that has ominous implications for the Ukrainians, if I'm judging Trump's thoughts on this correctly, because, of course, it means that in terms of obtaining future assistance, the Ukrainians are not going to have anything very much to offer. By the way, there have been discussions of this whole topic in the Ukrainian parliament. There's been apparently comments that the Ukrainians are not in a position to provide the Trump people, the administration, the United States, with access to all this mineral wealth, because it has already been parceled out and basically gifted to all sorts of powerful, all this mineral wealth, because it has already been parceled out and basically gifted to all sorts of powerful individuals, including the oligarch who owns Burisma Holdings, which is, of course, the company that the previous president's son once worked for. So in order to gain control of the mineral wealth and pay it to to the United States, these people who already formally have ownership need to be divested in some way of their property. Well, I don't know how serious a problem this actually is, but apparently there have been discussions to this effect in the Ukrainian parliament. So anyway, this is one aspect of this. This is Donald Trump's reaction to the strong Russian words, the firm position that the Russians are taking. Now, Kellogg himself continues to travel around Europe. According to a report today in the Daily Telegraph, he's now decided to hold back on publication of at least some part of his plan. He's going to speak to the European allies, apparently, about his plan. He is, in other words, approaching this whole topic of negotiations with Russia in a completely conventional, old-fashioned, Cold War style way, which is perhaps what you would expect of a veteran US military official whose institutional memory, if I can call it that, goes back to the Cold War. First, you consult with the Allies. Then you come to a common position with the Allies. Then you take it to the Russians, and you expect the Russians to agree to whatever. By the way, there have been discussions of this whole topic in the Ukrainian parliament. There's been apparently comments that the Ukrainians are not in a position to provide the Trump people, the administration, the United States, with access to all this mineral wealth, because it has already been parceled out and basically gifted to all sorts of powerful individuals, including the oligarch who owns Burisma Holdings, which is, of course, the company that the previous president's son once worked for. So in order to gain control of the mineral wealth and pay it to to the United States, these people who already formally have ownership need to be divested in some way of their property. Well, I don't know how serious a problem this actually is, but apparently there have been discussions to this effect in the Ukrainian parliament. So anyway, this is one aspect of this. This is Donald Trump's reaction to the strong Russian words, the firm position that the Russians are taking. Now, Kellogg himself continues to travel around Europe. According to a report today in the Daily Telegraph, he's now decided to hold back on publication of at least some part of his plan. He's going to speak to the European allies, apparently, about his plan. He is, in other words, approaching this whole topic of negotiations with Russia in a completely conventional, old-fashioned, Cold War style way, which is perhaps what you would expect of a veteran US military official whose institutional memory, if I can call it that, goes back to the Cold War. First, you consult with the Allies. Then you come to a common position with the Allies. Then you take it to the Russians, and you expect the Russians to agree to whatever it is that you and the Allies have hammered out with each other. In a recent, in her article that was published about a year ago, Eve Smith described this process beautifully, that the United States, that the Western powers negotiate, spend time, waste time negotiating a common position with each other, that this eventually comes down to a position based on the lowest common denominator in terms of concessions meeting the desires of the other side, that the Allies can agree. By this point, the concerns that the other side, the Russians in this case, have basically been forgotten, because the process of negotiating the position with the Allies is so protracted and so difficult and so complicated. So when this elaborate proposal is finally presented, and of course it can't be amended or changed, because doing so would reopen the whole complex negotiation with the Allies, which is impossible to do, or at least very difficult. When it is presented to the other side, to the Russians, and the Russians reject it because it bears no relation to their own wishes and demands, when that happens, well, there is nothing really that can be done, because, as I said, reopening the negotiation with the Allies, rethinking the whole position, has by this point become impossible. Now, in a recent program that we did with him on the Duran, Glenn Deason and myself, George Bieber, the former top CIA analyst, who's now an important figure in the Quincy Institute, and who I believe is co-editor at Responsible Statecraft, he made exactly the same point as Eve Smith. He too said that the problem with negotiations, the conventional way in which the West approaches negotiations, is that the Allies waste time negotiating the terms that they're prepared to offer with each other. That this is usually a complex and protracted process. By the time the other side, the Russians, are presented with the common consensus of the Allies, that consensus has become completely unmoored from anything that the Russians might be expected to agree to. Well, that is exactly the trap that Kellogg is falling into. It is entirely foreseeable, but again, one probably shouldn't expect someone like Kellogg, brought up, accustomed to the old way of doing things, to approach this problem any differently. Just saying. The Russians, by the way, are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Kellogg. There's a report floating around the Russian media today, a report, by the way, which I want to stress, I don't know whether or not it's true, but there is a report that the Russian media is circulating that Kellogg's daughter is involved in some kind of charitable fund or agency that has been responsible for sending aid to Ukraine. So the implication is that she is a supporter of Ukraine in the conflict, and given that that is so, what can you expect ultimately from Kellogg? Now, as I said, I want to stress, I don't know whether this is true, and even if it is true, some would say that it's not really here or there. We're dealing in this negotiation with Kellogg, not his daughter. But the fact that the Russians are circulating this story, and as I said, it is all over the Russian media today, is a sign that they are losing patience with Kellogg, and that they're not taking him very seriously anymore. And there's another even more bizarre story which has been circulating in the media in Russia, one which has resulted in questions being directed at no less a person than Peskov himself, which is to say Putin's spokesman. This other story suggests that the real envoy of Donald Trump, tasked with resolving the conflict in Ukraine, isn't Kellogg at all. It is Stephen Wyckoff, the man, the New York real estate tycoon, who's a friend of Donald Trump and who strong-armed the Israelis into agreeing to the Gaza ceasefire, and get absolutely no information about that at all. That the Russians, this is the Russian government, has had no contacts with the Americans about Stephen Wyckoff coming to Moscow on behalf of Donald Trump and conducting negotiations there. Again, I think this is more likely a story that signals Russian dissatisfaction with Kellogg, and the fact that it's floating around in Moscow may be a kind of way that someone in Moscow is trying to signal to Donald Trump, look, your envoy might be an estimable person, he might be a person of great honor and integrity and all of that, he might be a very capable general, or might have been one years ago, but in this diplomacy, in terms of settling the conflict in Ukraine, he is completely out of his depth. He really doesn't understand very much. He doesn't understand Russia. He doesn't understand Russia's position in Ukraine. He doesn't understand that Russia cannot be bullied or intimidated or blackmailed or bribed. And far better for Trump to appoint someone else. Even Wyckoff would do a better job. At least that's how I interpret these rumours. As I said, I suspect that they've been deliberately circulated and planted by someone. And the fact that Peskov has been led into commenting on them, I suspect was done specifically in order to try to bring this whole issue to Trump's attention. Anyway, we will see. So we could see that the Russians have hardened their positions, or at least not perhaps hardened them, but they have restated their positions in emphatic ways. And they made it absolutely crystal clear that they're not going to be bribed, bullied, blackmailed, or intimidated to change their stance on Ukraine in the way that Kellogg appeared to think they might be. So we'll see what Donald Trump does. We'll see what the Americans do. I think at some point, some kind of negotiation between the Americans and the Russians will get underway. If I am reading Donald Trump's latest comments correctly, it seems to me that instinctively he's getting a better sense of the realities than his own envoy is, Kellogg is, and that might be a promising sign going forward. In the meantime, we have had further reason, to put it mildly, to question one other particular idea that has been circulating, which is the idea that the Americans get the Chinese to put pressure on Donald Trump, on the Russians, to get the Russians to make big concessions over Ukraine. This is something that the Biden administration repeatedly tried to do. Donald Trump has refloated that idea again. The Chinese resisted all attempts to get them to do that. when Biden was in charge. I've no reason to see why a mere change of administration in Washington would cause the Chinese to change their approach. But putting all that aside, the Chinese have had a further reason now to be very careful, because with every single day that is passing, it's becoming increasingly clear that relations between China and the United States are deteriorating. Now, last week, Donald Trump imposed 10% tariffs on Chinese goods. Many people felt that these were milder than the sanctions that had been anticipated.
En este video te voy a enseñar a
And
cómo
many
tener el
people
Microsoft
feel
Office
that
365
Trump set the
100%
sanctions at
legal
this
y
level
de
in
vida.
order to open the road to negotiations. And the Chinese, of course, then retaliated. They imposed export restrictions on exports of strategic minerals and rare earths to the United States. And they also imposed import restrictions, tariffs on imports of American energy products and other products into China. And, well, that was the situation last week. But there were rumors that Xi Jinping and Trump would speak, and it was suggested that they would speak, in fact, today. And of course, it may be that they will. But the word at the moment is that they won't, that the Chinese are digging in, and that they're not really motivated to have a dialogue with Donald Trump at the present time, because they see the situation, the relationship between them. Your envoy might be an estimable person. He might be a person of great honor and integrity and all of that. He might be a very capable general, or might have been one years ago. But in this diplomacy, in terms of settling the conflict in Ukraine, he is completely out of his depth. He really doesn't understand very much. He doesn't understand Russia. He doesn't understand Russia's position in Ukraine. He doesn't understand that Russia cannot be bullied or intimidated or blackmailed or bribed. And far better for Trump to appoint someone else. Even Whitegoff would do a better job. At least that's how I interpret these rumours. As I said, I suspect that they've been deliberately circulated and planted by someone. And the fact that Peskov has been led into commenting on them, I suspect was done specifically in order to try to bring this whole issue to Trump's attention. Anyway, we will see. So we could see that the Russians have hardened their positions, or at least not perhaps hardened them, but they have restated their positions in emphatic ways. And they made it absolutely crystal clear that they're not going to be bribed, bullied, blackmailed, or intimidated to change their stance on Ukraine in the way that Kellogg appeared to think they might be. So we'll see what Donald Trump does. We'll see what the Americans do. I think at some point, some kind of negotiation between the Americans and the Russians will get underway. If I am reading Donald Trump's latest comments correctly, it seems to me that instinctively he's getting a better sense of the realities than his own envoy is, Kellogg is, and that might be a promising sign going forward. In the meantime, we have had further reason, to put it mildly, to question one other particular idea that has been circulating, which is the idea that the Americans get the Chinese to put pressure on Donald Trump, on the Russians, to get the Russians to make big concessions over Ukraine. This is something that the Biden administration repeatedly tried to do. Donald Trump has refloated that idea again. The Chinese resisted all attempts to get them to do that when Biden was in charge. I've no reason to see why a mere change of administration in Washington would cause the Chinese to change their approach. But putting all that aside, the Chinese have had a further reason now to be very careful, because with every single day that is passing, it's becoming increasingly clear that relations between China and the United States are deteriorating. Now, last week, Donald Trump imposed 10% tariffs on Chinese goods. Many people felt that these were milder than the sanctions that had been anticipated, and many people feel that Trump set the sanctions at this level in order to open the road to negotiations. And the Chinese, of course, then retaliated. They imposed export restrictions on exports of strategic minerals and rare earths to the United States. And they also imposed import restrictions, tariffs on imports of American energy products and other products into China. And, well, that was the situation last week, but there were rumors that Xi Jinping and Trump would speak, and it was suggested that they would speak, in fact, today. And, of course, it may be that they will. But the word at the moment is that they won't, that the Chinese are digging in, and that they're not really motivated to have a dialogue with Donald Trump at the present time, because they see the situation, the relationship between themselves and the United States as deteriorating. And something has just happened which is likely to reinforce those views. Now, a Chinese official attended a meeting in Europe, I believe in Germany, yesterday, where he made a speech on China taking a stance in defense of, well, the Chinese interpretation of globalization, which is basically a kind of open trading system, essentially the kind of open trading system from which China did very well before Donald Trump became president in 2017. The Chinese, ever since Donald Trump appeared on the scene, have liked to present themselves as the defenders of the pre-2017, the pre-Trump status quo in global trade terms. One can take whatever view one wants about that, but that is the public stance that the Chinese have taken. Now, I haven't read the text of what this Chinese official said, but from the reports that I've heard, it was basically boilerplate stuff. It was the Chinese repeating all of these talking points about how China is the defender of the integrity of the trading system, how it honors all the provisions of the World Trade Organization, how it expects other countries to do the same, all of that sort of thing. You could take it seriously or not. You can see it as hypocritical or not, as you please. One of the people who was in the room as this Chinese official was speaking was the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. And Vance apparently took such strong umbrage to what this Chinese official was saying, was so annoyed by what he saw as implicit criticism of the actions of the Trump administration that Vance decided to leave the hall. He just walked out as this Chinese official was speaking. Now, Donald Trump became president in 2017. The Chinese, ever since Donald Trump appeared on the scene, have liked to present themselves as the defenders of the pre-2017, the pre-Trump status quo in global trade terms. One can take whatever view one wants about that, but that is the public stance that the Chinese have taken. Now, I haven't read the text of what this Chinese official said, but from the reports that I've heard, it was basically boilerplate stuff. It was the Chinese repeating all of these talking points about how China is the defender of the integrity of the trading system, how it honors all the provisions of the World Trade Organization, how it expects other countries to do the same, all of that sort of thing. You could take it seriously or not. You can see it as hypocritical or not, as you please. One of the people who was in the room as this Chinese official was speaking was the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. And Vance apparently took such strong umbrage to what this Chinese official was saying, was so was speaking, was the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. And Vance apparently took such strong umbrage to what this Chinese official was saying, was so annoyed by what he saw as implicit criticism of the actions of the Trump administration that Vance decided to leave the hall. He just walked out as this Chinese official was speaking. Now, you can make whatever you wish of this. As I said, I don't want to rush to judgment, especially as I haven't read what this Chinese official actually said. It could be, I understand he's only a middle-ranking official, that he didn't choose his words particularly carefully. He went beyond the boilerplate, or it could be that the boilerplate itself, the usual standard comments that the Chinese make, the cliches, if you like, were in themselves enough to annoy the Americans, to annoy Vance. But put all that aside, we've had another demonstration, one which will have been noticed in Beijing, of the fundamentally hostile attitude to China, certainly on trade and economic questions, but ultimately on geopolitical issues as well, of the current administration in Washington. So the Chinese are aware of that. They probably know that more tariffs are coming. They probably know that sooner or later China itself is going to be placed on under some sort of economic siege by the United States. So given that this is so, why would China help the United States in Ukraine? Would it not make much better sense for the Chinese to maintain their existing stance? If they continue to support the Russians, not by supplying weapons, but by supplying goods and technology, by continuing to engage Russia in trade, well, maybe the Americans will start to impose sanctions on China, but they're likely to do that anyway. Why sacrifice a strong relationship with Russia, another major power, and a supporter of the food and raw materials that China needs in order to endure any siege that the United States imposes upon it. Why alienate the Russians in that kind of way by doing what the Trump administration wants over Ukraine? And beyond that, the Chinese, who do assess things very carefully, will be asking themselves this question. If the Americans want to pull out of Europe, if they want to redirect their forces to the Indo-Pacific region because they are overextended and overstretched, why would China want to help them do that? Why not prolong the crisis in Europe? Why not keep the Americans tied down in Europe, leaving the Americans overextended and overstretched so that China can press forward with its agenda in the Pacific? Now, no Chinese official will ever accept or admit that that is any part of China's calculations. But the Chinese have much experience of this sort of thing. They will remember how China and the United States first established contacts in the early 1970s because the United States at that time was embroiled in the war in Vietnam and needed China's help to extricate itself from it. So this problem that the United States found itself in at that time, that helped China. They will remember that the fact that the United States found itself in a conflict with the Soviet Union in Europe meant that the United States was prepared to make significant concessions to China in order to keep the Sino-Soviet split of the 1960s going through the 1970s as well. They will also remember how the war on terror, American absorption in the Middle East and in Afghanistan in the early and mid-2000s also allowed China to develop and grow and expand its economy and expand its trade, whilst the Americans were distracted by other things. So, knowing all of this, having all this experience behind them, the Chinese will probably say to themselves, well, if the Americans want to get themselves enmeshed in an unwinnable war in Ukraine, it really isn't for China to help the Americans find a way out. China probably would not want to make the situation in Ukraine even worse, but it's staked out a position, it's set out its own ideas for how a peace settlement in Ukraine might be achieved. The Americans could go with those or not, as the case may be. But in the meantime, it's not for China to antagonize Russia by pulling America's coals out of the fire in Ukraine. So just saying. Now, again, Trump himself has talked about getting the Chinese to put the pressure on the Russians. One does wonder whether people in the White House, in the administration, understand that messaging is becoming confused and that the Chinese are listening to this messaging and are probably calculating that it makes better sense for them to hold to the position they have now rather than take any steps to assist the Americans with these problems. My own view, very straightforwardly, is that the only way for a diplomatic solution in the Ukraine conflict to be achieved is through direct negotiations between the Americans and the Americans alone and the Russians. And that the basis has to be, given that the Russians are winning the war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin's proposals of June 2024, which, as I have said already, were carefully calibrated not to impinge on American core interests. Until and unless this is accepted, I cannot see that there is any real prospect of negotiations succeeding or going forward. Now, there have been two very, very good articles. At least one of them is a very good article. The other is a okay article. There have been two articles about this and about negotiations at the present time between the Americans and the Russians. One is by Stephen Bryan in Asia Times. Stephen Bryan has looked at the situation carefully, and he has suggested that as things stand at the moment, the negotiations would be incredibly complicated, and there must be real concerns about whether negotiations, even with the best will in the world, could succeed. But nonetheless, he does set out, I think, very well the problems. The article, by the way, is The Rocky Road to a Ukraine Deal, and the subtitle is Blocking Trump are the issue's complexity and the EU's reluctance to back any comprehensive deal that rewards the Russians. And Stephen Bryan, set it all out, I think, very well. And he points out, as I said, the many, many problems. He says that one option can be taken off the table altogether. That is the idea of stopping the fighting with a ceasefire. The Russians have made it clear that a ceasefire would allow Ukraine to rebuild its military and acquire a new, larger arsenal of weapons. A ceasefire in place is similar in theory to what was agreed twice, 2014 and 2015, in the Minsk agreements. And that is absolutely right. The Russians have been burnt by ceasefires before. The Russians will not agree to a ceasefire now. And as Bryan puts it, it did not work then, and the level of trust is so low now that it is doubtful that the Russians would accept any promises, such as no further deliveries of arms to Ukraine. Then Bryan goes on to say the alleged US plan includes a recognition of Russia's conquests in Ukraine, although it isn't clear whether recognition means de facto acceptance of the status quo or rather de jure agreement that the captured territories are legally part of Russia. And then he returns to the fraught experience of the Minsk agreement, and he points out that the Minsk agreement, which made far more modest proposals about the status of Donbass, was never realized. And that, again, is going to make the Russians very, very wary of promises. And he says that the Ukraine war cannot end unless the future of these territories is agreed in a way that the external and internal parties can accept for the long term. Now, the former Ukrainian foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba, has now come forward and said that if Ukraine cedes control of the four regions to Russia, then any political leader, any Ukrainian political leader who signs off on that will not survive politically and quite possibly would not survive physically. Now, Kuleba has always been an extreme hardliner, but I think he does express the opinions of many of the key figures in the Maidan movement that controls Ukraine and which has done so ever since the events of February 2014. when the Maidan movement seized power in Ukraine. So coming back to what Stephen Bryan is saying, the war cannot end unless the future of these territories is agreed in a way that the external and internal parties can accept for the long term. On the face of it, that looks impossible. One will never get everyone in Ukraine to accept loss of the 4 regions. The only way that could be achieved would be through an agreement by the United States and Russia, which those two countries jointly impose on Ukraine. And of course, that is fraught with problems. And then Bryan turns to the question of NATO membership of Ukraine. He says that this is an absolute red line for the Russians, as we all know. He accepts that Donald Trump appears to be willing to recognize that red line. But as Bryan goes on to say, Zelensky has demanded that he needs security guarantees from the United States and 200,000 NATO troops to protect Ukraine if Ukraine can't officially join NATO. One can ask, what is the difference in practice if there are NATO troops in Ukraine, perhaps officially as peacekeepers, and security guarantees? In essence, this is exchanging one problem, NATO membership, for another, NATO soldiers and security guarantees. And the Russians obviously are not going to agree to that. And then Bryan also discusses the idea of buffer zones, and which has been much talked about by many people in the West, not, by the way, in Russia, I hasten to add. I've never seen the Russians discuss buffer zones in anything like the kind of detail that I see some people in the West devote to this subject. The Russians have occasionally floated the idea of buffer zones, but note that when they talk about buffer zones, they tend to be buffer zones patrolled by Russian soldiers, just saying. So anyway, Bryan says, who would patrol a buffer zone? And what kind of peacekeeping force would actually operate in the buffer zone? And then he points out that the Minsk agreements did set up a force to patrol the buffer zone, which was set up under the aegis of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. That force failed completely. The United Nations could, in theory, provide a monitoring force, but frankly, that looks unreal as well. And then he goes on to say that when it comes to the sanctions, lifting the sanctions, which the Russians have also said they want to see happen as part of a long-term agreement, well, how does that work out? Would the West really return the $300 billion of frozen Russian assets plus the accrued interest? Would the pipelines really be restored? What would people in the United States and in Europe think about that? Now, I should say, in the United States, there are still some people who want to continue the conflict with Russia. There's a further proposal, I understand, to revive the Lend-Lease idea that the United States supplies weapons to Ukraine in return for Ukraine presumably leasing title of its mineral deposits. I understand that this idea is being floated by some Republicans in Congress. Well, how would those people respond to a proposal to lift sanctions against Russia, whatever the terms of the settlement might be? So, as Stephen Bryan, I think, correctly says, one can, in theory, see an agreement, the contours of an agreement, but there are many, many obstacles, and any negotiation to find ways around them would have to be very, very protracted and might run into all kinds of problems along the way. Now, alongside that article by Stephen Bryan in Asian Times, there is, well, I won't say it's a good article, but it's a more level-headed article than many of the articles one reads in The Guardian. This one is an article by a man called Christopher Chivis, and he is a senior fellow and director of the Carnegie Endowment's American Statecraft program. The Carnegie Endowment, in my opinion, is a very mixed bag. There are some very, very sensible people there, and there are some people who I would describe as out and out neocons. Anyway, Chavis, I think less well than Bryan, goes also through many of the problems that would beset the negotiation of a deal, a negotiation solution of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. He points out, makes the point that I've just made, that it's difficult to see why China would help the United States achieve this deal, given the hostility to China of many people within the administration. Exactly like Bryan, Chivis also recognizes that there would be strong opposition to any deal involving Ukraine, any negotiated solution from many people in Europe. And Chivis also then goes to many of the key issues. He says there is the foundational question of what Ukraine's future strategic orientation will be. Neutral, Western-oriented, or some hybrid of the two. Russia may not accept a ceasefire if it means accepting Ukraine's eventual Western orientation. Ukraine may fight any deal that does not offer hope of the same. And Ukraine is also sure to reject any agreement that does not include some type of security guarantee against a future Russian attack. There are various ways to provide that guarantee, ranging from bringing Ukraine into NATO to offering it a multinational protection force, to simply promising to redouble military assistance to Ukraine. Settling on the best option will be contentious because Europe, the United States, Ukraine, and Russia all disagree over which option is best. That is actually wrong. The Russians disagree with all of those options. And remember, they are winning the war, so they are in a position to impose terms. So then Chivis does acknowledge that if there is no agreement made, there are, as he puts it, two risks. One risk is that an angry Trump could be provoked into some kind of direct military action against Russia. And Chivis, thank heavens, recognizes that that would be a disaster which could lead us into utterly apocalyptic outcomes, which I don't want to contemplate. I don't need to contemplate them, in my opinion, because I don't believe that there is the slightest chance that Donald Trump would go there. Under Biden, one always felt that at some level that possibility existed. And whilst Tony Blinken was Secretary of State, and whilst Victoria Nuland was Assistant Secretary of State, the chance of such an uncontrolled escalation was a real one. I don't believe that there is anyone in the Trump administration, and certainly not the president himself, who would want to go down there. But there is the other possibility, and this is where I think this is ultimately going to go, because what Chivis warns against is what he calls a policy from Trump of malign neglect. Trump might slide into a policy of malign neglect towards Ukraine, especially if Kiev adopts a hardline bargaining position, or if he senses that Putin is winning the war. Putin is winning the war, and Trump knows it. He doesn't have to sense it. And Trump wants to avoid hitching his cart to a losing horse. In that case, Trump could lambast Russia for the violence and yet do little to stop its forces from pulverizing the rest of Ukraine. I think this is the most likely outcome, actually. I think that Trump himself is starting to move in that direction. He's now apparently floating the idea that Ukraine might become Russian. He's not saying that will happen. He says that maybe it won't. But he seems to finally accept that possibility. And I think that having given Kellogg a go and having seen that that is now unlikely to work, that could be the position Trump eventually pivots to. Now, just quickly, a few more things. Trump has announced big tariffs against steel and aluminium imports into the United States, 25% tariffs, and these are for real. Now, the major countries that are going to be most affected by these tariffs are, I understand, Canada, Mexico, and Japan. South Korea also. One country which I believe also exports steel to the United States, or has done so, is Ukraine. So the Ukrainians are not exempted from these tariffs, so they're going to find it more difficult from now on to export steel to the United States. Steel, of course, used to be a major export item of the Ukrainians. The Soviets built a gigantic steel industry to Ukraine. Some remnants of it still survive, probably with the loss of the coking coal mines. It's going to start to run down. But, well, to the extent that Ukraine still exports steel, Trump is going to make that more difficult. It's an interesting fact that even as Trump talks about extracting mineral wealth and all of that from Ukraine and doing further deals with Ukraine, he's now taken an actual practical step that makes Ukraine's position more difficult. That is one. The second thing I wanted to say is that a few weeks ago, about 2-3 weeks ago, when the Ukrainians refused to extend the contract, the transit contract, allowing Russian gas to move along the pipelines from Russia to Ukraine, I remember reading and hearing all sorts of European officials and market analysts and commentators say that this would not have any significant effect on gas prices. The market had supposedly already factored in the likelihood that this transit agreement would be ended and that it would not make any significant difference in energy questions. And I said that I couldn't understand that. It seemed to me that at a time when gas in Europe was already in short supply, withdrawing 5% of Europe's total supply, which was the gas that transited those Ukrainian pipelines, inevitably was going to have an upward effect on prices. Well, lo and behold, that is exactly what has happened. And we've had a long discussion of all of this from oilprice.com. Europe's oil demand could rise as natural gas soars to $100 a barrel equivalent. Amid cold winter weather and fast depleting inventories, Europe's natural gas prices jumped on Monday to two-year highs to a level of over $100 per barrel oil equivalent, which now makes burning oil for industrial use more cost effective. In other words, it's now cheaper for industrial users to burn oil than to burn gas because prices of gas are now so high. And that is apparently exactly what is happening. And we then go on to read the gas to oil switch could boost oil demand in Europe and also in Asia in the first quarter, potentially giving more room and reason for OPEC Plus to return more barrels to the market. Or perhaps not. Maybe they will sit back and stick to current levels of production and allow oil prices to rise. Maybe MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, will calculate that that makes more sense to him than increasing production. And anyway, we read that even 10 ppm diesel is now cheaper than natural gas. Consumers of natural gas all over the world will now opt for any kind of oil product rather than gas if their natural gas price is set by the LNG market. LNG is so expensive that it's actually cheaper to buy oil or coal. Europe and Asia will all lean towards consuming more oil and more coal if they in any way can do so. The surge in European natural gas prices comes as storage levels are tightening faster than in the past 2 years. Stockpiles are already at their lowest for this time of year since 2022, according to ING analysts. Inventories are only 49% full, compared with 67% at the same time last year. Well, you know, I would say I told you so. I would say that if you take away 5% of Europe's gas, it's going to increase gas prices in Europe, inevitably so. I would have said, in fact I did say, that if you replace cheap pipeline gas with liquefied natural gas, which is inherently more expensive, that also is going to increase gas prices. I said all of those things, and here we are. It's playing out. Natural gas, which used to be the cheapest fuel, is now more expensive than oil. It is costing more for industrial users to burn natural gas than it is for them to burn oil. Anybody who knows about the physical properties of these two types of energy, natural gas, which is of course a gas, and oil, which is of course a liquid, will know how absurd, how fantastic that is. But that is exactly where we are. This is where Ursula von der Leyen, Boris Johnson and his successors, Olaf Scholz, whoever it was who blew up Nord Stream, this is where all of those clever people have brought us. I say us, those of us who live in Europe, and since it is inevitably going to have a global effect on energy prices, it's where it's brought people right around the world, including in the United States. I would like to claim that I had some special insight or prescience here. Not just myself, of course, but on the Duran, my colleague and friend, Alex Christoforou, has been saying it as well. Well, I can't really say that. It was obvious. So obvious, it still leaves me astonished that people weren't able to see it. Now, I'm going to finish with one very last point. I'm not going to discuss the military situation today. There's been a lot going on there in Ukraine. It's still, the Russians are advancing. But I'm going to finish with one last thing, which is about this latest triumphant success of disconnecting the Baltic states from the Russian electricity system. I have now discovered that the Baltic states have a permanent deficit in terms of electricity. They import electricity. So they've previously imported it cheaply from Russia. They now have to import it more expensively, presumably from Europe and Scandinavia. Unsurprisingly, electricity and energy prices in the Baltic states are rising. Apparently, Kaliningrad, which is of course also part of the Russian grid, has been able to keep going because the Russians worked out around a decade ago that the Baltic states would eventually do this, that they'd cut themselves off from the Russian energy grid, and this was presumably also intended to cut off Kaliningrad from the Russian energy grid as well, because of course Kaliningrad and the Baltic states were connected. So the Russians apparently, starting from about 2019, set up power stations and other things in Kaliningrad, and Kaliningrad is now autonomous in terms of energy output and is protected. The Baltic states are not. They're also apparently making comments to their citizens about the lack of wisdom of traveling to Russia because of the possibility at any time that the borders between the Baltic states and Russia might close. Now, there are some people in Russia who are interpreting these moves as a sign that some kind of major military operation, possibly against Kaliningrad or against Russian maritime trade in the Baltic, is about to take place. They say, why would you take these steps? Why would you even talk about closing your border if you were not contemplating some kind of crisis of that nature? Now, I hope that this is wrong. Actually, I believe it is. I can't imagine that the Trump administration would be signed up to another conflict in the Baltic, of all places. But the fact is that that is what some people in Russia are thinking and writing and saying to each other. They are seeing these moves by the Baltic states as escalatory moves which might lead to a future conflict. Perhaps a conflict not so far in the future. I have to say, if there really is a desire on the part of some people in Europe to provoke some kind of armed conflict with the Russians, then, well, we're going about it in the right way. Well, this is where I end today's program. Tomorrow I will talk about the situation, the military situation in Ukraine. A number of things have become clearer. But anyway, the key thing is that the Russians continue their advance. But this is where I finish today's program. Let me remind you again, you can find all our programs on our various platforms, Locals, Rumble and X. You can also support our work via Patreon and Subscribestar and by going to our shop, links under this video. Last but not least, please remember to tick the like button and to check your subscription to this channel. That's me for today. More from me soon. Have a very good day.